which meeting is this? 4? 5?
Yep, 4.
4, yeah.
Are you ready, everybody?
No.
No.
Okay.
Michael, I swear to God,
What is it, Juna?
get that cigarette out of my fucking face.
It's like he's
You
doing it on
ask
purpose.
nicely.
What do you mean? I just quit smoking. I could strangle you right now. Thank
That's
you.
illegal.
Hypothetically, with love.
Oh, so sweet.
Hey, Crane. I don't think we can make reports yet, but if you make a report, I can just do like.
Okay, good.
Reports so everybody can see it
Fourth
at the same
council
time.
meeting, begin.
Yeah, we have that. We have city council docs.
Where's
I.
that at? Yeah.
Under
I
reports, you might
am
not
Hello.
Max.
No, I can see reports. I can't.
Hi,
make one.
Max.
I was just gonna write like a whole thing of notes
Today,
so everybody can see it
we're
at
gonna
the same time.
begin with Michael Simone, who
With me
worked
and then-
fucking hard as shit the
we'll
last
talk
couple of
about it
days
after.
to write up
Okay.
some cool ass shit.
Fuck yeah.
I get to start again. All right.
Yep.
I only have 2 things so far that is done.
Mhm.
The rest is still work in progress stuff, and then I guess some of it is business stuff. And if that is your forte, we can
No,
just
no,
kind of-
no. Hold on. I read over it last night. It looks fucking perfect.
There's a few things I need to change, but
And
I'm
there's a
glad you
few
like it.
things we need to discuss.
Like what?
Like a lot that I've been trying to contact you about for like the past couple of weeks, and you haven't responded to any text messages, Max.
Yeah, I've been waking up late.
Yeah.
Late.
All right.
Oh,
Well, in that
wait,
case-
wait. What phone number were you texting?
Both.
I only have the one.
I texted both.
Hold on. My phone numbers aren't showing properly.
Yep. Max Thorbird, we need to talk about business shit. Exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark,
Hey,
exclamation
hey,
mark.
That's a lot of
hey,
exclamation
hey,
marks.
Hey, you guys want to have this privately?
No, yeah, hold on. Michael Simone did a fucking awesome job with business shit. Did we
Yeah,
need to...
we spoke. Michael and I met up while I was sick as shit, and he thankfully wrote some stuff up that we discussed. There's things that he needs to change about it. The other thing that Michael and I couldn't come to a conclusion about was the comma stuff, because that was your idea, and we don't know much about what your goal is with that. So we could have written
Okay.
some gibberish, but
Chamber of Commerce wasn't my idea. It was an idea that was brought to me. It's a good idea, but I don't know how to make it work.
okay. Then why have we low-key promised people like a position on
You
the
guys
Chamber
need
of
5 before we
Commerce?
do the meeting? This seems like a YouTube conversation.
Crane, quiet down, okay?
Excuse
This-
you.
I was also wondering.
Pipe down a little bit, all right? We can talk about this right the fuck now. Chamber of Commerce will come eventually, or not. That's the bottom line.
Okay, so you don't want to do it with the business stuff pushing forward soon or whenever? You don't
My,
wanna do it
my,
at the
vi-
same
my
time, you
vision
wanna
for
do
the
it after
Chamber
the
of
fact.
Commerce was to establish a way for the government to regulate prices, because guess what? It takes $3,000 for me to repair my fucking car right now.
Oh, thank
okay?
God.
You know what I'm saying? That's my vision. Okay, but there's a lot of variables to consider, which is why I've not begun to work on it yet, because I need to see if that sort of stuff is going to level itself out before I decide to say, hey, guess what? We, the Council of 8, are in complete power and position over how much you get to charge for your stuff.
Okay, and then are we going to be like Kami earlier was just talking about a few things about establishing the whole union / guild stuff. We're going to be doing that at the same time. We're going to do that after the fact as well, because there's some alarming things that have taken place that if we do push for that to be
well, maybe
shown
you
to
should
the
have
city
been
as a necessity, then it
at
would
the
be
last
somewhat
meeting.
beneficial to the circumstances that are taking place this week or the weeks before. Kami could touch on that more, but like robberies and shit like that.
Honestly, I am shying away from the prospect of the whole union classification. See, there's no unions anymore.
Yes. Yes.
There's no unions anymore. And I talked to Lang. I talked to Jack Kelman, who changed his shit to Labor Co. because they were trying to do for-profit stuff, and I was like, listen, that's not what a union does. And they're like, okay, there's really no unions anymore, right? So I don't think there's any need to really like classify them, at least publicly and legally.
Good.
Okay. And why did you have me go and talk to Lang about some of this stuff then? Because it just seems
I
like
talked to Lang too. I'm not going to sit here and let you accost me in front of the council. I talked to Lang 3 fucking weeks ago.
Talk about it, Max. You said you wanted to talk about it. Well, I
That
didn't
was
know
not
this
the
because
time.
you literally said you wanted to talk about it. Let's talk about it right now. Am I wrong with that? And I'm asking you a question.
You're going over shit that is 1 month old that I've already fucking handled.
You have not told me this. You have not told me this, Max. When did you tell me this? And I'll be like, okay, that's my mistake. When did you tell me this?
How could you have ever
I'm gonna grab a
possibly
cigarette.
thought that this was
I
the
have
correct
Yeah,
time
it's a
to
good
begin
idea.
talking
No,
to me about
yeah,
it?
You
no.
How could you
literally
possibly
said, let's
thought-
talk about it.
I was trying to get your fucking back because you were making an ass
what
out
it's
of
always
yourself,
like?
but you
What do
kept
you
fucking
mean I was
going.
making
Really?
an ass out of myself,
Really?
Max?
This
How?
is so cool.
How was I making an ass out of myself by asking the questions that I've been trying to ask you for weeks? And you're like, look, we could talk about this right now. Let me make a fucking ass out of myself in front of people then. If you fucking want me, if you're literally saying I'm trying to have your back. You literally, what do you want me to fucking say right now? I have not spoken to you in fucking weeks.
So today's
And you want to have this
before
conversation right now, so I asked you those questions.
tomorrow. I'm so
I
sorry.
entertained
These
it.
things
Juno,
run long.
look at Michael
or I would,
Simone,
tell
my
you I'll do it
deputy,
after. But,
okay?
Okay.
But yeah,
he took it on
congratulations
himself
what
to
was
write up
passed today.
three great pieces of legislation by himself without any input from me.
Yep, yep.
Why do I have to coddle
one's-
you
this
to,
one's
do,
You
to
want,
make
spicy.
the,
I'm not asking you to coddle me, but obviously I need fucking questions from you so then answers from you so then I can move forward. Mind you, I've been sick as fucking shit, so of course I haven't been able to do anything for the past 2 fucking weeks. Doesn't mean I haven't woken up and spoken to fucking Michael about shit.
all right, it's enough.
Jesus Christ, Max.
You know,
This is spicy. Wow. So lovely weather outside. Yeah, you guys watch the
Anyone
Super
fancy a
Bowl?
cigarette?
Yeah, actually, yeah. Here, I'll come over. Yeah, it's fine.
Well,
Thanks,
Juno
yeah, I
already missed
appreciate it.
a week due to being sick, so if she walks out, then. Yo, Cab, thank you for the 15 months.
Stay cool.
Anyone gonna fetch Crane?
Penny, where
I
are
just
you?
tried calling him.
Crane needed to go change his fucking tampon.
I just tried
give him
calling
a
him.
moment.
He didn't pick up. I'm sure he'll be back.
Penny. Yeah, I'll probably put Siobhan back in.
Also, for the stuff that is marked as work in progress, everyone here is fine to add or delete or whatever.
Yeah, I made
Okay.
a couple of notes on one of those.
Alright.
I wrote my name next to the edit, just so you know that I changed it and that words didn't just mysteriously appear next to what you wrote.
Dope.
I guess in general, yeah. Do you prefer us to kind of like add notes like in the middle of it in like parentheses, or would you want us just to put our feedback like at the bottom in a separate section for your
Just
shit?
add it. Yeah, just add it straight to it. If there's
just in
shit
the
you
middle of
think,
it? Okay.
yeah. If you want to remove stuff, just like line. What do you call it? Fucking strike through it.
Yeah,
Whatever.
a strike through, yeah, just for
Yeah.
recommendations. So, all right.
Is there anything you'd like me, your assistant, to add to the work in progress?
No.
A lot of this is just to have it in writing, basically. So there is something we can talk about if it comes to it, because some of it is just spitballing, and some of it might be fluff or not necessary, or somebody has different ideas or different points of views. So
Yeah, you pretty much added in a lot of the things that we had discussed the other day. And then like the discussion that was had, when we were there as well by others that had good ideas.
I try.
You did good. You did good.
I appreciate your work, Michael. You're doing great.
I do as well.
I mean, honestly, given what we used to do, I know that we're breaking away from all of that. I mean, this is going to circumvent a lot of the same. I guess it's going to circumvent a lot of the BS that we had to deal with previously. So this helps immensely.
Hey, welcome back.
Avoid any of those reoccurring issues coming back. So I don't see any issues yet.
Hi there, Crane. I've taken up smoking as well. Thank you, you and Michael, for the recommendation.
All right.
I've taken up smoking as well.
So are we still starting with the Simone stuff then?
Yep.
Okay. The first thing I guess would be the drip mandate. To put it in like TLDR, it is just to have people dress up in either uniforms or work attire for the job that they're doing, basically. It's not a dig specifically at G6 nor at Grime. It's just don't go out and do fucking towing in like Crocs and mankini, and don't do lumber work in high heels and a skirt, like stuff like that. It takes you 5 minutes to, it takes you 5 minutes, if not less, to put on a uniform if you do G6. At the end of the day, I don't care if you're standing around at G6 not dressed up, but the way I had to write it, just to make sure that everything is covered, is that the second you clock on, you could in theory get a fine for not wearing something that will identify you, or as
Oh, what's the fine?
$1,000.
It's $1,000. Yeah, I see that.
So this means when I can't sleep, I can't walk in my pajamas and clock on to go over my notes.
In theory, no. And again, it's up for, we could change it. I had it at first that it would only be when you do work. But due to how some jobs work, it's hard to distinguish, because say what is it? I think sanitation workers can grind shit, basically, meaning that they can get caught. Like they're in an area where wearing a dress could be an issue.
Right.
Just because of all the machinery they have around.
Safety issues and whatnot.
Yes.
Yeah.
Safety concern.
Completely. I mean, look, I have no problems with it, honestly, because it didn't give it a second to change my clothes. But
I mean, I'm fine with the idea for similar reasons, but I don't know if I'm okay with fashion police at the end of the day. Like that's where like my hang up is. Like I do like the standards. I do think kind of in the line with the mask mandate stuff, like maybe something is needed, but the enforcement side of things is where I get a little like maybe we're overreaching a bit much.
Yeah, some of this is a bit vague. So people being fined for it, like Like when it's if you're not wearing visibly group 6 uniform doing group 6, sure, that's clear, that's cut and dry. But when it's like you vaguely have to wear something that makes sense doing tow, it's kind of like, well, who determines that?
That's on
Apparently
the,
me.
The police.
yeah, that is on
I
their
guess,
discretion.
yeah.
I will support you privately, Michael. I think it's a great idea. Publicly, I'm gonna vote no, so Reed Dankleaf doesn't murder me.
Yeah,
Fuck
Reed.
Reed.
Reading won't be happy
He
about that.
he wears
come up with these
cardboard
meetings
and
too
a
many
pan
times.
on his head.
Wait,
Yeah,
what?
that man does not wear pants.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He wears underwear, and well,
What job would you be worried about him for then?
Well,
Any of them. All
actually,
of
I
them.
will say though, when he's working at the hospital, he is wearing full scrubs. He does wear the uniform.
Okay, first of all, that
It
took a
took
while.
a lot of convincing.
That took
Oh,
a
did it?
bit.
Yes.
Up to that point.
Oh yeah, we got there.
On a unrelated note, Dr. Cantor, I gotta talk to you about something after.
Oh boy, all right, hell
Like
yeah.
again, I'm fine with having it changed. The way it started was basically again G6 being the fucking issue. Like say you roll up on a scene, you have people that do G6 dressed in all black. That's getting robbed by people dressed in all black. Who do you shoot? You have no idea who the fucking worker is.
I could see that. Yeah.
Well, I mean, they don't shoot anyone. That's kind of like the thing that they do, right?
well, that's something we got to talk about too, because I said to you guys that I would start issuing civilian gun licenses when criminals
yeah.
had guns.
Apparently they do.
I've got forwarded a couple reports of tampered firearms that came out of nowhere. So
I got reports from one of my doctors that she knows people have
I'm,
guns, not stolen ones.
Bro, I know people who have guns.
yeah, I'm considering a slow rollout of firearms to highly select individuals like G6. The problem I have is, so far as I know, and again, my information may be outdated, but one of the primary guys running G6, quote unquote, is the Alexander River guy, who, if everyone isn't aware, is the guy who was hired by the PD, got a weapons license through the PD, bought a civilian handgun, went to a group 6 meeting that he organized with like 30, 40 people, and then waved the gun around and said something to the equivalent of, I know Crane in the government and we're all getting gun licenses. So I'm kind of torn because
reward that, yeah.
I want to work with group 6, but I don't know who I would work with to get recommendations on who's a reliable employee. So it's the same problem that Michael's having of like, we could set up a uniform, but who would enforce it? And if it's only the police, then it's kind of like, I feel like industries should set their own standards, right?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I get the argument that Mike was going for. Like, these are government industries; they don't really have a manager. Like I said, I'm all for the concept privately. Publicly, yeah, I don't know about fashion police. I could maybe see a safety need for Group 6, but not the other jobs.
Well, let's skip Group 6 then. Michael has an idea.
Wait, no, I'm confused. Kermie, you have a question?
I can wait until Michael's done.
Okay. Wait, what?
The idea for a gun license rollout.
Oh no, it's more. So the issue, Crane, is as much as I want to roll them out as well, I want, if anything, I kind of want a trial period where we would see how people react to it, because even though there's guns around now, people are still gonna get beat down and had their shit stolen.
Right. And you know, hey, I'm right there with you. I just I'm saying that I've gone from hell no, absolutely not to we probably should start considering rolling them out, because I've always said if there's illegal guns on the streets, then it's not so much of a problem of PD guns anymore or civs getting robbed.
Yeah.
It's more so an issue of preventing people who are clean, because we said no non-felons can work Group 6. So if they're actually clean people, they should be able to be given a chance. I don't know.
Is there ever a scenario in which someone working Group 6 doesn't get charged with a like whatever the charge is for shooting somebody? Because the way that the stand your ground shit is written, like there's plenty, like if they're at the Pacific Vault, for example, you know, there's tons of places that they could run instead of shooting the person that's trying to rob them. So at that point, what purpose does a gun serve for any of these guys when the law doesn't even protect them in using it.
So the distinction would be, Max, the specific tenet about property and defending property was used by folks to, and I'll give you the most common scenario.
This is how I know.
I have a nice car. I park my nice car outside of an event.
B.
Someone comes up and starts lockpicking my car. I am outside of the event having a cigarette. I witness them lockpicking my car. Under the previous language, I could tell them, if you don't stop lockpicking my car, I'm going to shoot you in the face. And if they didn't stop, I would be within my rights to shoot them. In the case of Group 6, if armed gunmen swarm your, let's say, delivery location, and you have some people running the bags in and out, and one person, let's say, standing guard, and armed gunmen start approaching you, you as the person standing guard, to prevent yourself being, held up at gun/knife point, could warn them that you're armed and draw your firearm and deter them. In that sense, yes, before firing, you might be required to see how they react to you pointing a gun at them. But in terms of brandishing the firearm, you'd be within your rights to protect yourself that way. Because at that point, you don't have any indication of at least this is how it would play out in court, right? You don't have any indication as to their intent. So if someone runs at me with a knife and I pull my gun and I say, "Hey, motherfucker, I'm going to shoot you," then it sort of ping pongs back to them to either continue running at me or to back off, right? But again, I'm kind of, as I said, torn on some of this because I don't know if I trust the Group 6 people.
Okay, idea, real quick. Jesse Adler and her gang tried to kidnap my wife and I from City Hall again last night.
Again?
Again.
Wasn't she supposed to be your fucking security now?
No, that was Paige Malone.
Oh.
Yeah, Jesse Adler's a different person. Why don't we just give ourselves gun licenses as trial?
So I was gonna say something. So I think Max and I had a quick conversation. I was gonna recommend that, first of all, why are people able to check? Why is it public that we own a license to carry a firearm?
Yeah, regular people can see what kind of cars you drive, what kind of licenses you have. Michael and I were talking about this, and it makes sense that should only be something that the police could see, right? Unless we're missing something.
I would agree.
Historically, it has always been the case that publicly registered houses, firearms, etc., are on the public record.
Like, it makes sense for properties to be publicly known, right? But like, why do people don't need to know if you've got a weapons license?
Well, for example, if someone claims to be an attorney, you should be able to go to the City Hall and confirm that.
Well, make that one visible, make the other ones invisible.
The reason
I can ask about that.
Yeah, the reason is because, say we do a trial run for gun or weapons licenses to the people in this room, minus Kermie and Alex. They can just walk up and they just casually look up my profile or Max's profile, and they can now see that he has a weapons license, meaning that people are very quick at making conclusions that, okay, he has a weapons license, so now that means he also has a weapon. So let's find Max and yoink that weapon and add that to our collection. Instead of it would be word spreading or Max being forced to use said weapon before it is known. Like, at some point, everyone is going to know, obviously. But it is also a prevention to just have it out there publicly for people to just, see
the
that.
first person he stands his ground against won't know. That's for sure.
Well, that too, but that's probably fine, isn't it?
I can ask about making that a thing. I don't know the capabilities. I'm sure.
No, it's fine. It was just a discussion we had that it would make sense in a way.
Yeah, as far as like weapons licenses, I guess my stance is, yeah, I do agree a trial run is necessary with highly selected individuals, whether that's like just the people in this room or maybe some really pure civs that we might know off the streets. That could be something. But I do agree that a trial rollout is probably the best. I also think requirements should be extremely strict. I'm talking about, like, I would support something where it's like, if your gun gets stolen and you don't report it, you're an accessory to the crimes that gun is used.
Well, that's already on the books.
Is it?
Yeah, that's already on. Well, oh, you mean accessory to the crimes?
Yeah, I'm saying like,
Yeah, that's a bit higher.
We already have criminal negligent ownership of a firearm.
Yeah,
which,
I'm saying they're even more negligent if you don't report it.
Yeah, but we can't prove accessory requires knowledge, and you can't prove that.
We're the council. We could very easily just make that a law, Crane. We could change the legal definition.
I don't know that I would like to.
I don't care.
I don't know that I would like to because now you're in a situation where
the situation is very clearly you report your gun stolen. No, don't just claim ignorance after the fact, because we all know.
No. I agree with that. I'm not sure. I'm thinking about cases where someone steals your gun and then immediately commits a crime with it, and I'm not sure if, no offense, Nakota, I want to give PD the leeway to make that interpretation. But I mean, it's something to think about. I don't know.
Having to nail down a timeline, it can become.
God forbid cops investigate and use some discretion once in a while. God forbid.
Okay. I know that you did that a lot too, Malton, right?
Yeah, I use discretion. If something doesn't make sense, I didn't push it. If someone commits a crime with a gun they just stole, I'm not going to charge the person with accessory. Like, Jesus Christ.
And that's why you're the civilian oversight board, not a cop.
Speaking of which, how's that going?
Oh, good question, Crane. How's that coming along? Did you read over the stuff I sent you yet?
Yeah, we are going to be pushing elections in the coming days.
There you go.
It'll be
that Archie guy might off himself if he doesn't get voted in, by the way.
Oh my god.
Well, oh my god.
I'm just telling you how it is, man.
I will not be held hostage by his accoutrement.
Could I say something if we're going to be seriously considering civilian licenses?
Mm-hmm.
Of course.
I had this on the books a while back. It's not something that I didn't know was going to be on the I didn't know it was going to be on our to-do list today, but essentially, if we're going to be giving out licenses, I would like to get a plan in place where those are registered with us at PD with the serial and everything after you purchase it, so we have it on file.
Yeah, it's how we used to do class 2s. We could do that for a limited rollout.
And then I would also like to potentially down the line, I know we have criminally negligent ownership, but if someone is truly robbed of their firearm, I think we should have a maybe secondary weapons charge, like criminal possession of a registered firearm. If someone goes through the trouble of coming to PD, registering their firearm with us, and then it is truly robbed from them.
Is that worse or the same as
Or you saying an escalated like class 1 charge?
Well, I mean, I'll go down a rabbit hole here. Basically, part of my itinerary for today was to make the criminal possession of a class 1 a felony anyway, and up it as should all the other possession charges with firearms. But I would like to make it its separate entity, because if a civilian's going to go buy a firearm and then they're going to come to the PD and register it appropriately, then I think that there should be a higher bar set for someone who robs that person. And I know, like Malton was just saying, if someone is robbed of their firearm, obviously there are protocols in place. Even if a person goes and commits an immediate crime with it, you can 911 that your firearm was stolen and then come to PD and try to make a report as fast as possible. I know if someone steals your gun and then goes and shoots a bunch of people right away, that will be a nuanced situation, which we will take into account. But, you know, at least personally, I believe in my ability to navigate a situation like that appropriately.
Yeah, I mean, I do believe a gun should be. I don't know if I want to go as far as registered. You know, it's kind of similar to the DRIP Act. Like, I'm on the fence as with a lot of things, but I don't know if it might be a little too overbearing, in my opinion, if people are required to register their firearms after this limited rollout, right? Like, I think the government has every right to know if your gun's been stolen as a safety concern, but I don't think it's an inherent safety concern that the government would have to know about just for purchasing.
Well, and I'll say this too, for civilian firearms, as far as I am aware, and you know, I don't think this has changed, When you purchase a civilian firearm from ammunition or another reputable government source, the serial is tied to your state ID. So I don't think there will be any question of whose gun is whose if it's something that's robbed from a legal owner.
I also don't see how we would, because people can just walk up and do the paperwork then and there and then walk out. There's no way for us to make sure they come by PD and have it registered. I think the biggest problem is how many are they allowed to buy?
I don't see a scenario where anyone would need more than one gun.
Well, no, exactly. That's what I mean.
Well, you say that, but part of the accusations against River was that he bought a bunch and put them all in his apartment. It's happened twice now with fired cops.
Oh no.
Sounds like stockpiling.
Anyway, so I'm open to all the suggestions made. Do we want to legislate any of them? Does anyone have any specific ideas of which we want to do right now? Because I can open the MDW and start writing. I just need direction.
Are we wanting to legislate for a limited rollout or just generic regulations?
How many do we want? Yeah, just limited at first, I'd say. How many do we want? Well, I was gonna say, all of us, and then do we want more? Because then we could all have one person that we would recommend.
Well, one point I will make is that if your reasoning behind wanting the weapons license taken off of a public profile is that you're worried about people being targeted, and then we do a limited rollout in legislation where we disclose that we're all being issued weapons licenses as part of a limited rollout, then we're all targeted because that's public and legislation.
Well, follow up. I've been waking up late every night. I'm already targeted, so I don't really give a shit. There are people, a gang of 5 people rolled up last night to try and kidnap my wife and I again.
Yeah, listen, I'm not saying no. I'm just pointing out.
No, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, I was at knife point the other day. So
what?
Yeah.
Like where?
Be a little more tactical.
Between the hospital and the clothing store.
If anybody needs rooftop training, I can take you on a tour of the south side, different ladders, vantage points.
I'm open to the limited rollout still. I know there's risk there, but I mean, I'm also in a usually safer place in the hospital most of the time, at least. So.
Well, yeah, because if
hopefully
anyone
I won't get fucked up.
If anyone attacks the hospital, it's terrorism, right? Some shit.
I don't believe so.
Not anymore. No,
not anymore. Okay, so
that got way too complicated a long time ago. So
what do we do for us, people who are working out of City Hall, government employees who, every time I'm at City Hall, I've got my fucking wrench out because I know that some shit's gonna pop off, and it does every time. There needs to be a stricter punishment for people thinking that they can roll up into City Hall and kidnap people who work for the government.
No, I'd agree. Yeah, same
didn't
thing.
We up those charges already?
Yeah.
I want
kidnapping.
I want a new charge for people who work out of City Hall getting attacked at City Hall.
Max, question: is that the second time this person has kidnapped you?
Don't worry. My wife has already begun discussion about the ego act on this.
All right, sounds good.
Are you basically advocating for terrorism light? Like,
hold on. I will also say
terrorism light is crazy.
It's gotten out of control. Normally,
whatever I'm gonna say.
Normally I wouldn't, because I know the worry is, hey, Mayor 2 is like calling people, talking shit like, hey, fuck you, bitch, come try and get me.
No, I don't have a worry.
City Hall. Okay.
I'm not expressing a counter or a worry. And I God, however I say this is gonna sound like victim blaming. I may suggest no. I will just say there are a couple options here. Number one, in the interim, I may suggest that if you know you are being targeted, it is perfectly reasonable that maybe we take meetings or hold audiences past the metal detectors on the second floor, I can talk to the construction folks about maybe putting them at the front doors.
Can I get locked from my office door, please?
Because if you pass by the second floor into the inner, innards of the building, the guards take your, weapons.
I noticed for councilmen and women now that's no longer the case. Obviously, the aides would still be SOL, but yeah, we could go through metal detectors now just fine, similar to judges and police officers.
Yeah, look, if I got a gun in a spot where these motherfuckers get their shit taken, then that is perfectly acceptable to me.
Yeah.
I just don't want there to be a case where we feel like we can't work out of here because there are people that are
100%, 100%. I'm advocating for the concept that as much as I enjoy the whole like sitting on the front steps thing, it's kind of playing with fire. Okay, well, I'm gonna start playing with language and roll out ideas in a document. Do we want to go over other stuff while I do that?
Yeah. So I mean, it doesn't giving us all a weapons license doesn't have to be something that's even like written, right? Like for this little trial phase.
Correct. So what I was going to write is my idea for now is as the licenses are the purview of the DOJ, I will we don't even need to make it legislation. What we'll do to make it more subtle is we will update the punishments surrounding firearms, specifically what Malton discussed about making it a per se criminal act of accessory to have your firearm stolen, not report it, and then a crime committed with it. We already have that somewhat in that if currently the way that it works, just so everyone's informed, there are two charges. There's criminally negligent ownership of a firearm in the second degree, which is where your firearm is stolen, it's found on someone else that's not you, and you didn't report it. If that happens 3 times, then your firearms license is removed. However, criminally negligent ownership of a firearm in the first degree states that if your firearm is stolen, you don't report it, and a violent crime occurs with that firearm, then you automatically lose your firearm. So what we will do is we'll add a provision to both second and first degree to state that any crime, not just violent ones. So let's say somebody's out there leaving without paying and they've got your gun on them, or anything else absurd, right? Reckless evading and they've got your gun on them. You are an accessory to whatever crimes are committed with your gun, just as a deterrent to prevent people from. Actually, that doesn't work. It has to be with the firearm. Okay, I'll tinker with that. So I'll start tinkering with language, and I'll get something to you guys like mid meeting. Let's go to something else.
If we're talking on the subject of firearms, I would love to go over some of the stuff that I am proposing.
Yeah, let's get those charges out of the way.
Yeah. So City Council document 2020. There's a lot on here, so I apologize.
I went over these last night. They all look good to me.
Making criminal possession of a class 1 a felony, upping all 3 possessions. As it has been stated previously, we have already, as a PD, recovered firearms that have been tampered with, as in the serial number has been scratched off and we are unable to identify where the firearm comes from. I believe that also needs to be upped. We arrested somebody who had components, we believe, of a firearm, which we potentially think could be used in the building of firearms.
Why is that one in bold? Is that because the charge doesn't exist, or?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry. So I'm proposing criminal possession of firearm components. Again, the language in that is, I'm open to help with that because, I'm not an expert. I'm just trying to make it as simple as possible.
Logistically, is it? I don't know if this is on your list somewhere, but couldn't you just loop components in with accessories, or do you think that the time and fine needs to be this high on the components?
I believe they should be that high, yes. Because I think if someone's going to go through the trouble of procuring these, then they should be facing the consequences.
Oh, no, I agree. I'm just saying, like, why? I guess what I'm getting at is what for a Glock slider, let's say. Why is that worth 35 months, or an extended mag is only worth, whatever the charge currently, like 12 or something?
Oh, so you're talking about
weapons attachments.
Attachments.
Attachment,
These are
yeah,
so the components are specifically the pieces that are used to build the actual firearm itself, not an accessory. Or like
I want to just be careful here, Nakota, because
yep.
What's the impetus behind making all these so high?
Deterring people from being in criminal possession of them.
Well, no, I mean like everything. Like manufacturing moonshine is 100 months, $4,500.
Well, that I need.
That's like a murder charge.
With. I need help on that one, because while moonshine is illegal, right now under the current law, there's no manufacturing charge. So if we see a still out in the middle of nowhere, we can't do anything about it.
Why are the components more than a whole full gun?
Well, no, I guess hold on. So I'm making a larger point, which is in a vacuum, right? Numbers are being thrown out for some of these charges. And the more that we throw out numbers that don't fit with the current charging scheme, the more that it makes it just seem like everything needs to be increased. And the numbers I don't know.
I mean, look, I'm not a cop, I don't have access to all the reports anymore, but like class 1, class 2, class 3 possessions, government employees being targeted, is this really, it's always a concern, but is it like trending upward? Like I don't know what I want to say. Like, is this becoming like a huge issue? like all these things.
And the other thing is
increasing numbers just to increase numbers.
Right. That's what I'm pointing out. And the other thing I'm trying to point out is that, God, we live in a city where no matter how high you make some of these numbers, people are going to do these things, and just constantly increasing the numbers across the board. I don't know what it really does.
That's fair. The only thing I will say is 2 weeks ago we sat here and made speeding $1,000 ticket, and everyone was quite happy with that. So.
But that is because we loosened the regulations regarding speeding, right?
And that was also in response to not response, but it's very clear there was a lot of speeders going on in the city. We, as the city council, decided to address that by making changes to the speeding laws. I mean, you're the liaison. That's why I'm asking. Is there a lot of reckless endangerments going on? Is there a lot of first-degree and second-degree murders going on?
That's what gets me. I understand if we want to discourage guns still. It's been nice with people not having them, but like, why does that mean suddenly we have to increase unlawful imprisonment by $2,000 and things like that, you know?
Look, I'm gonna say this as easily as I can. There are some considerations with times and fines that are gonna go beyond the council that may just have to be adjusted, and we can vote on whatever we want. We can make the changes, but I can't guarantee that there isn't a need in terms of the DOJ's side to balance some of these things.
I am perfectly fine with discussing some of these new laws that may need to be put in effect, because we just don't have laws on the books. But in a general sense, I'm against all these increases, unless there's a real like public safety concern that we're just not aware of.
The other thing to consider, when I'm just speaking from experience dealing with times and fines, is that oftentimes you'll look at a crime and you'll go, that's a horrible crime, that should be this time and this fine. But we have to remember that crimes are not committed in vacuums, and they're often in clusters, right? So when determining times and fines, and this may be going too into the weeds, it's often good to look at scenarios rather than individual. For example, let's say 6 robbery. So under the current proposed structure, right? Hold on. So with these upgrade charge proposals, let's say they do it with a firearm, a class 1 firearm, so that's $1,500. They robbed group 6 employee, so that's $5,000. They're then found with the cash on them from the robbery. That's $3,500. I'm just pointing out it's very likely that I could easily articulate how a group 6 robbery could be fined like $20,000.
Yeah.
Which I don't know if hey, you know, it would stop crime. I don't know what to say.
I'm not against increases to the firearm possessions because, like I said, if that's something we want to try to limit, that's great. But I think, yeah, you've lost me with the rest. I don't know if I can do that.
Dude. Hmm.
Is there a way to distinguish in here which one? I mean, I can kind of do it myself, but which ones are new charges? New charges. Oh, you have it labeled.
There's
Never
a
mind,
section.
Never mind. Okay.
So the whole moonshine thing is very new to me. Do we know what the effects of it are other than getting you drunk off your ass?
No idea.
Well, it makes you go blind eventually.
I've had moonshine. It tastes like shit. Yeah.
Yeah, and smoking causes cancer. I mean, like
yeah,
shit.
very true.
Right, but we don't have a law that outlaws cigarettes. We have a law that outlaws moonshine.
I think
that's what I'm saying.
point.
Like that's where I'm
that's
getting
why
at.
He's
Is
saying
I
we don't
know,
need
like,
it.
I might be okay with moonshine being legal, like personally, and unless there's something I'm missing here.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking for, like, you know, is it something like, is it an epidemic? Is it actually like harming people? That's kind of my thing, because like with manufacturing.
Yeah, I mean, Kermit, you're basically up in Appalachia, you know, equivalent. Like, is there an epidemic going on up in Toledo with moonshiners?
An epidemic?
I mean, I've heard people talking about it quite often, but like I don't hear anybody actually consuming it. So
if it's okay with Etta,
yeah, go ahead. They asked.
Moonshine is normally only illegal because, you know, people make it on their own and they don't get taxed on it. So realistically, there's nothing wrong with moonshine besides. Actually, do we even have alcohol in the 24/7s or anything?
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, yes,
okay.
we do. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it's the only thing that's like moonshine is just not taxed by the state.
Non-regulated.
Yeah, it's not
alcohol,
regulated.
Yeah.
So it's like that's really there's nothing.
It could be bad for people. It could be untaxed. Yeah.
I'm gonna be real. Moonshine doesn't do shit to hurt you.
That's honestly fair. I think we'd have to
joints.
test that before we want to make it illegal.
I've allegedly tested it.
Okay,
I think
yeah,
I think moonshine should be decriminalized, and if you're selling it, then you know, there's like that unauthorized sales law, or we have, or whatever. You know, you're not a business, right? So you can't be selling it.
I think selling it would be illegal, but
that's what I'm saying. Like, I think there's existing laws that cover that. As far as like manufacturing, I don't know how. Like, I'm just gonna straight up ask you, allegedly, Kermit. Do these sills have to be operated like near a river for like the water or anything? Like, is there a reason why this sill can't just be in like an approved business or approved location, right? Like, 'cause I have a problem with the manufacturing it on public land for sure. But
you do have a problem, or you don't have a problem?
I do have a problem. Like, I don't think you should just be setting up a sill in the middle of Mount Chiliad.
Yeah, fair.
But if you're setting one up in your house, like, who gives a shit, right?
With my
like,
legal experience in the past, thanks to Crane giving me a law license for whatever reason he thought that was a good idea. I don't think it should be illegal to make it or to possess it, but I do think it should be illegal to sell it.
Well, that's what I'm asking is,
okay, hold on. I gotta stop. I gotta say something. Stop. Everyone, please stop for a second. Kermit, I'm great with you being here to take notes and all that. Yeah. But it is wholly unfair to Siobhan and Alex and anyone else who's permitted to be in here who's not part of the council, who is sitting here quietly taking notes for you to interject and have an opinion. It's not a personal thing, but we just got to keep
No,
things
it's all good.
consistent.
I was just answering the question. My bad.
Yeah, I
Sorry.
know. So, okay. In terms of stills, I have a number of concerns because, as said, well, who cares if you put it in your house? Well, for example, I care if people are setting up a clandestine still in their fucking apartment and there's no regulation or understanding of the person operating it, and they could, I don't know, fucking explode it by overheating it and cause fire or damage or anything else.
Yeah,
There,
that's why
there's a specific reason I said house and not residence.
I mean, even then, do we want people operating stills in residential neighborhoods?
I got some firsthand experience with this. I ran across a guy and a lady out in Sandy, and they approached me and they were like, "Hey, we make moonshine." I was like, "Cool." They were like, "You're not going to report me to the police?" I was like, "It's not illegal." And then they were like, "Hey, you should make that illegal."
Oh.
Yeah.
How long
make it
ago
blind?
did this? How long ago
Yes.
did this moonshine shit surface? Like the talks of it, at least
It seems like 2 weeks ago.
We've had the laws on the book for 8 years.
for 8 years, and it's been 2 weeks since you guys have heard about this shit.
Since my first personal encounter with someone.
I dealt with moonshine well
overall.
before the
Yes.
collapse.
So I guess this question is more from Dakota then. Has there been like any incidences from the PD's end with moonshine like within those 2 weeks?
We're actively catching people with it on their person.
Okay.
Okay, so it's just the possession. Like,
there is a
are they
possession
inherently
charge,
doing
yeah.
other illegal stuff with it that you know
Well,
of?
Well, I'm saying they're actively engaging in crime, and we're catching them with it on their person.
I have some additional insight. I've had maybe 3 or 4 different people talk to me about this because they're pretty bold about it, considering it's not illegal to make it, right? They said it's made with dirty sewer water.
No, it's not.
Oh yeah,
Is
Reed
it?
gave me a bottle of dirty sewer water.
Oh, I have
Oh.
heard. Yeah,
Not
there's a lot of
moonshine,
I think
very
all the
dirty bottle of
ingredients
water.
is from
Or
the
just
sewers,
dirty
right?
dirty water in general.
I think it's like
I'm
all dirty shit you use to make it.
Yeah, we should just make the manufacturing illegal, because the only way to not make the manufacturing illegal is to set standards for the manufacturing of moonshine, and I am not creating what it amounts to a fucking EPA.
Oh, so
I
isn't
mean,
it just
on
a
top of
license to
that-
produce like alcohol? And
I mean, on top of that, even though we haven't really heard about people consuming it as of yet, doesn't mean that they're not, and it doesn't mean in the future that they're not going to get sick due to it.
Once again, I'm circling back to the good old classic.
You're not
cigarette
yelling.
Conversation. If we want to,
You need to yell.
sorry about that. I'm gonna circle back again to cigarettes. Like if we don't want people going down in the sewers, if we don't want people blowing up houses, I could get behind that. But at a base level, I think possession of it should
No,
be
they're just
decriminalized. If you
trying
want
to figure out how they should
by drinking
regulate it.
moonshine, that's your prerogative as a citizen, the same as smoking and any other vice that people may do.
You're gonna lose everyone as soon as you say moonshine should be decriminalized, and then people are gonna ask me for medical marijuana dispensaries, and I'm pull out my legally registered firearm, and that's the end of the story.
I mean, yeah, people are already going to ask for certain things to be decriminalized. Like the question is, where do we draw the line? My line is cigarettes and moonshine are okay, personally.
Shouldn't the production of
That's so
alcohol
American.
Shouldn't the production of alcohol be done
That
under
is.
clean circumstances and everything, just to make sure it's not dangerous?
Yeah, but like Crane
that's what
said,
Crane
do
was
we
saying.
really want to
Yeah.
create like an EPA? Do we
Well,
want to do that? Who wants to do
FDA,
that? I don't want to do that.
EPA.
Wouldn't it be easy to just say,
Yeah.
don't fucking do that shit in your backyard? If you want, you have a business.
I mean,
And
but
who
it's-
inspects it, who oversees it, who writes the
Nobody, because we will never accept it.
But then, like,
Oh,
with,
then
with,
why
with
do
like
it?
the whole,
Then why?
the whole
Yeah, that's what I'm
cigarette
saying. Then just make it illegal.
manufacturing of
Yeah, just make
cigarettes
it
and
illegal.
manufacturing that stuff. There's clearly a label on it. You know, there's clearly, the ingredients to make cigarettes are not illegal. You know, you've got We've got tobacco plants and whatnot. I mean, apparently
what is
there's
the
sewer
illegal
water.
ingredient in making moonshine?
I mean, it's not necessarily illegal, but I mean, sewer water. That's fucked up.
Carcinogens and cigarettes
That would
are
never.
fucked up.
That would never get approved at all.
I think the argument would be when a business sells alcohol, it is under certain stipulations, right? Like it has to meet certain requirements and be under certain levels. If someone is just going into the sewers, grabbing whatever shit they want, going back to their house, making something that no one sees or regulates, and then selling it to somebody, that's a little bit different than if Jack Daniels sells you a bottle of whiskey.
I think we're all missing the point. I think a lot of us are agreeing that we can't manufacture this point. I'm saying possessing it and drinking it, that is an individual choice that should be up to the individual, not regulated by the government.
So
I think we should regulate the safety of others. That's why we regulate firearms and drug uses from tweakers or anything like that. But people aren't getting fucking wasted on moonshine and then going out causing public disturbances.
But if we decriminalize possession, aren't we encouraging the market?
Correct.
We're encouraging the illegal manufacturer because we're making a decriminalized legal market of buyers.
I mean, that's just an argument to never
Right, it's
change
really
anything
only
that's
Kermie and
currently
probably
illegal to
Max.
possess currently.
And Michael?
We're not encouraging the production of it. We're saying, hey, it's your choice, man. If you want to drink some moonshine and not commit any other crimes, why should we as the government try to stop you from doing that?
So wait, no, I disagree though. You're saying that if manufacturing is illegal, but possession is decriminalized, you don't see how there's a different size of market if possession was criminalized?
I see what you're saying, but I don't think I still think the individual right to do what you want with cigarettes or moonshine or even marijuana, if we want to go that far. I just think it's a personal choice at the end of the day, and if people want to consume that kind of stuff, hey man, it's your body. You're gonna fuck it up in the long term, but that's your choice.
You could start applying that to everything, though. Then why not make
where does it
possession of
end?
meth legal, possession of
Where does
heroin,
that end?
possession of metamorphic? Why not?
It ends because
it's a
certain
tough one.
drugs are public health concern. Traditionally, we are okay with marijuana.
So is
use because
moonshine.
Yeah.
People go blind.
Meth, PCP, metamorphine, bath salts, whatever you want to call it. People tweak out on this shit and they go on fucking rampages. Okay, people are okay with the weed because people just chill out in their fucking house and smoke it all day or pop their edible or whatever the fuck they do. I have yet to see an example of people getting just wasted on moonshine and just going out and committing a tear on it. If we're saying what kind
You've never
of
been to West Virginia, then?
You're right, I haven't, which is why I'm giving my opinion based off of my experiences on this council. I'm saying that in terms of the effects of it on your body and what it causes to the general public is much closer to weed and cigarettes than it is to meth.
Right, correct. But the part that I'm not concerned about the individual making the action. I'm concerned about if you have a large population of consumers where it is decriminalized, and then you make it, extremely expensive and highly regulated to be part of the manufacturing process for a decriminalized substance, much like, I don't know, marijuana. You then run into a situation where it is more profitable to hire a bunch of goons with illegally tampered firearms to operate a ring out of grapeseed to produce marijuana and moonshine than it is to be a regulated part of the economy. And I think that by encouraging a decriminalized populace for a criminal substance, you are essentially encouraging that criminal gang network activity.
So, what do we think is I guess a reasonable time and fine for the manufacturing?
That's public intoxication.
I'm completely open to anyone's thoughts on that. So
what is the charge for cultivation? It's a felony. That's 25 months, $940. What is the charge for
So the manufacturing charge you have set to far higher. It looks like
Yeah, we can.
to similar. Yeah.
Yep, I have no issue with that.
Right now,
fuck yeah.
felony possession with intent to distribute for drugs is $10,000, 150 months. These are offenses against public health and morals, which is where this would follow.
Right.
Forgery of medical documents, 2,000. Cultivation of marijuana, 1,000. Prostitution, 2,500.
Say that since we're not arguing an intent to sell or anything, it probably doesn't need to be nearly as high as felony intent. So probably closer to the cultivation is my thoughts.
Like 1,500 maybe is in the middle.
Yeah, something like that.
Time would looks like offenses against public health and morals were averaging anywhere between
25 and 45 months.
Yeah, the outliers are down there under 10. The outliers are above 50. So 25, 45. So 30, 35 months, something like that.
35, 1,500.
Okay. Can anybody
Seems fair to
disagree
me.
with that?
No, I think that's good. I don't think
Nope.
that's too overbearing at all.
I'm good with that.
If it's ever a problem, it could be reassessed later. It's a good starting
Okay,
point.
I will create that charge now. I'm going to go through, Nakota, your council doc and just marked which things get enacted.
That's absolutely fine.
What's the next charge on the list?
Robbery of a security firm. For 50 months, 5K fine.
Do we not have a suitable charge? Is there not anything that fits, Nakota?
I mean,
isn't that just like Isn't it just aggravated theft or
So,
whatever it's called?
you could define what happens to them at the vault as something already on the books. I think what Nakota's trying to push for is a harsher charge.
I'll be honest, I'm looking to get more specificity in these because it always seems like how do I say this?
The G6 robbery, that's
So-
aggravated petty robbery, isn't it?
My thoughts are, why would this be more of a fine than robbery of a financial institution?
Well, no, we can again. I'm open to adjusting charges and whatnot. My main
Yeah, fair
concern
enough.
is to identify things that are becoming more prominent and making sure that they are addressed like directly.
This is just aggravated petty robbery.
Is that a charge?
Yes.
Aggravated petty robbery? Okay.
Yes, it's currently at like 36 months and something. I don't know what the fine is, but it's basically when you
Honestly, yeah.
use weapons to rob any individual, not just a group 6 worker.
So it's 36 months and a $1,400 fine.
Yeah, and if you're robbing a group 6 worker, you're probably robbing 2 to 4 of them. Well, times that by 4, up to 4, I guess.
Well,
Does it stack individually?
yeah, Malton, if you were coming into the cells and I was charging someone with 4 times aggravated petty robbery
Oh,
for
they'd
4
find that.
individuals, would you
Yeah.
let me do that, or would you make an argument against that?
For each individual, or would it just be for the incident itself?
Are they
I would do my
robbing?
job as an attorney and argue it, Nakota. It just says you should do your job as a cop and push the charges you think are relevant. If you think 4 times applies, you should definitely push it. If I don't, I should definitely push against it. And then if they want to contest it, that's what the courts are for. So I wouldn't stand for it, but that's my job as a
Okay.
defense attorney to not stand for it.
Well, I'm asking you as a city councilman, not as a defense attorney right now.
Oh, well, then if you're asking me as a councilman, I think that according to the charge, it says just one person. So, yes, everyone, they should get 4x by the definition of the law if they rob 4 group 6 workers.
What if they're only taking items out of the back of a vehicle?
Then you argue that.
And then you argue it.
Okay.
Nakota, I think what Malton's getting at is that there is a constant push and pull between the DOJ and PD, as has been forever, where PD wants everything spelled out perfectly so that there is no argument either way, and DOJ wants laws that are created with the understanding that the legislative body puts ideas into place and the judicial wing establishes the parameters of those ideas.
Yeah, but you see, like, they don't look. No offense, Dakota, you sound very educated, but most cops haven't graduated like high school and shit. So they need it spelled out for them.
Well, they can just lose in court if they haven't put in the effort to know what they're doing.
I also, this is, obviously I'm an advocate for the DOJ here, but if someone isn't going to make, use of the rights that are known for them, I mean, stupidity goes both ways. If a cop is too stupid to push a charge, that's one thing. But also, if the suspect is too stupid to get a lawyer to contest those charges, that's also on them.
Okay. This is an excellent discussion. I'm not trying to cut anyone off, but we have a lot of shit to get through today. What's the main takeaway from this whole discussion?
I think robbery of a security firm already exists in aggravated petty robbery.
I don't know.
All right. Let's do a quick vote because it seems contentious. Do we enact robbery of a security firm, blah, 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 person, thing?
Nay.
I vote yay. Nakota?
I vote yay.
Nay.
Nay.
Mr. Crane?
What's the time and fine of the aggravated petty robbery?
36 months and $1,400.
Fuck, I already missed.
I think if you remove the possess, oh fuck. Okay, I think that much like robbery of financial institution, I'd be okay with this charge if we made it a blanket charge for the ease of police. So for Mr. Thoroughbed's interpretation, in the past we used to have bank robberies. Cops would need to charge for the joyridden vehicle, the possession of a gun, the possession of drugs, the hostage, the reckless evading, the potentially all those things, right? And what we did was we made one charge that encompasses the entire act. So, for example, we could make a higher time, higher fine charge like robbery of a security firm that just made it so that literally everything involved with robbing Group 6 would be one charge. So if you're caught robbing Group 6, you just get the one charge, that's it. It's high time, high fine, it's easy for the cops. The only time that would change is if it got violent and there was, let's say, a stabbing or a shooting, and then everything would be broken out. I would be okay with that, with the understanding that part of the all-inclusive charge would be the inclusion of the possession of the cash. Therefore, we could implement both charges. So the cash would be just, let's say you arrest someone for joyriding or they're speeding or something and it's not their car, and then you find cash on them accidentally, you could still charge them and use that charge. But if you find them with the cash as part of the robbery of a security firm, then you would not use that charge.
I'm fine with making it an umbrella.
I would be okay with that as well.
I think that I like that better. Is it still okay? So under robbery of a financial institution, part of it is even just or commit a felony that may affect economic or institutional stability. Could this not be an overarching charge for?
There was already a long debate.
Well, that's what robbery of financial is, yeah.
Exactly. Like, could it not apply?
That's a good question. Why isn't that being used for Group 6?
Yeah, because it says commit a felony that may affect economic or institutional stability.
Yeah.
There's an
All I
there.
can say is there was a lot of semantics about where they actually were when they were robbed.
Yeah, but there's an or. That's what gets me. Like the first part, sure. You know,
institutional stability.
Yeah. Well.
Right. Any person or group who enter a financial institution.
Or. There's an.
If I'm out front of the vault, like, and this is actually a question that I'll ask all of you because I had this question presented to me as well. If I'm out in front of the vault in my Group 6 van and I'm taking the pallets off the truck, but I'm not in the vault yet, or I'm not in the front door.
Yeah, because this was
the
written
vault.
when we didn't have cash transits. Okay.
Right.
So do we want to just rewrite robbery of financial to make it so the wording includes Group 6? Is that easier?
I don't mind that at all.
I don't mind that. Fuck it.
Because at the end of the day, as far as I'm aware, Group 6 is transporting cash for the banks.
They started talking about gun licenses instead.
Okay, so let's just change the language. Is anybody not okay with change the language? Max, what do you think?
I don't care, being honest. I kind of liked it the way that Nakota initially proposed, but then you spoke and everyone kind of changed their mind.
Well, I will say, Mayor, that one of the reasons why I wrote it the way I did was because there was contentious conversations within PD about whether or not robbing a Group 6 truck was robbery of a financial.
Yeah.
And
I
that's
like
why I wrote it like
clarifying
that.
that.
But if we're going if everyone is
no, hold
okay
on.
with it,
No. I think there's something we haven't thought of.
Okay.
Yep.
If we use robbery or financial and we change the definition, and then let's say down the road these guys get more capable and more audacious, and they rob the actual city vault, there's no way that should be the same time and fine.
I agree.
So we,
I think it's a good idea. I think the overall encompassing charge is a good idea. Plus, once again, no offense, Dakota, but most cops are fucking stupid, and this would make it a lot easier for them to do their job.
Okay, I'll whip up language that makes it all inclusive. Give me a sec.
Okay.
In the meanwhile, are we all in agreement that an all-encompassing charge for this particular crime is a good idea? Any nays? All right, unanimous. Good. Let's keep this ball fucking rolling. I believe Mr. Simone was interrupted in regards to his drip act.
Oh my god. Going
well,
back.
I guess we were talking about
yeah.
it. But, it seems like it's some people are for it, some people are against it. Again, I'm not trying to be the fashion police. I'm just trying to make it so people wear the appropriate attire when they're doing their job. And I don't think that's unreasonable.
I think the best point Simone made here is that it's a matter of public safety. To assist the police officers in identifying the threat. If there's, for example, there's a fuck ton of Group 6 robberies, there's a fuck ton of sanitation robberies and people taking people hostage on the fucking street just trying to do their job. It helps them identify the threat with a little bit of gentle urging in the way of a fine if they don't do it from the government. I think it's a great idea.
I'm okay with piling on the regulate the Group 6 workers given their economic status, shall we say?
Okay.
But,
Yeah,
other state runs, I'm like really on the fence about.
So what you're
I'm
saying
not
is that
trying to
we
see people in mini skirts and stilettos cutting down trees, though. So like, I get that. Yeah.
Well,
Anything
it's
that
either
requires,
or.
like a hazardous environment, you want to have the proper attire. So yeah, I get.
We're not enacting EPA. Should we really be enacting OSHA?
I tend to agree. Like, it just becomes who decides that, like some things are obviously absurd, but what if a cop decides that something that's a little bit ambiguous is too much, so they charge someone with it and
take it to court.
everyone else
Yeah. If someone's in the police force is overstepping their bounds, well, people go to traffic court all the time. It's just a matter of
yeah, but like traffic court, it's usually a lot more cut and dry. They just need proof of whether or not they're speeding or not. Like, who
You take a picture of the outfit, you bring
whether
it.
fashion. I suppose so.
Then
Cops,
the judge
judges
the
literally
fashion
become
judge.
fashion police.
Yeah, hey,
it's
look,
crazy.
man, fuck it, dog, fuck it.
That is pretty fun.
But a fashion court?
I mean, if
fashion court would be
we can always
entertaining.
revisit it, right?
I have the perfect judge for fashion court.
Yeah.
There's this guy Jerome Henry Jackson. I don't know if you met him.
Fuck that guy.
I met Jerome.
I don't like
I met
him.
Jerome.
Jerome could run fashion court in his sleep.
He absolutely could. Oh yeah, fuck it. Why not?
All right, if this turns out to be too draconian or the cops are too inept to actually enforce this, we can revisit this. But for now, let's give it a fucking shot. All on the Drip Act. Any nays?
No.
Motion passes 7-1. Wait, what'd you say, Philippa?
I was just saying I'll go with it as is. Fuck it, we can test it out. I like giving things a try.
Yeah, if you read the last part, it's up for amendment or revisiting or revisions, etc. Like, there's nothing set in stone, so if we feel like it's too much or too little, it can be changed.
I mean, fuck, I have to shut down our doctors wearing dumb shit way too often. So I get it.
As long as I don't have to oversee Reed's fashion court, I'm a yay.
Oh god.
Nah, you'll be fine. I'll do that.
Okay.
I'll chew him the fuck out.
7-1.
Yep.
The Drip Act passes.
Yeah, sure.
Hey, by the way, I had to change the language, so just make sure you're all on the same page on this. It said or possession of any Group 6 worker. I changed it to any Group 6 worker who is currently on duty making a secured financial delivery.
Perfect.
Okay.
Okay.
Because I don't want them being like, well, I got
I work
robbed and
for
I'm a
Group
group 6
6.
guy, blah
Yeah,
blah
yeah,
blah.
yeah. No, that's not how that works.
Okay. Next, Mike.
Yeah. So the other one is the VDM mandate. It's Crane. Do you remember when we removed the charge where cops could basically charge if you were missing a door, bonnet, whatever, if your vehicle was
vehicle
has
charge,
never
I remember that one.
In my time, I don't know if that's ever existed. That may have been before my time.
It was before your time, Crane.
That was a very long time ago. So I actually have questions about this, especially given, I don't know, the current state of things. Like, not to be that person, but headaches, bubbles, things of that nature.
That doesn't matter. No.
That should not ever be
like
part of our
how-
discussion.
No, it's not. It's not. Okay, so
Like how
at first,
how yeah.
okay, at first, I had it in there that if you're missing a door specifically for a G6 vehicle or a grime truck, because they are transporting shit, and if they're missing a door, that means they don't care about their job, and people just run up and snatch shit. I've removed that, meaning that if you're driving a vehicle, that gives the PD a, how the fuck did I say it again? A possible. No, that's not it.
It gives them a reason for a stop. Is what
Yeah,
you're getting at.
basically that they can use that your shit bucket is missing doors, bonnets, whatever, and they can just make the assumption based on that you're not taking care of your vehicle. That gives them a reason to look under the hood. So we're not charging them for driving a shit bucket that looks like shit, but we're looking at the interior. Is it interior? Fuck, I'm cooked. We're looking at the
Stop and
parts
frisk for cars
in the car. So brakes, engine,
Internal
etc.
mechanical
That's the
integrity
one.
is the wording. Yeah.
Basically, because we're not charging them for driving a car with missing doors. We're charging them for not taking care of their vehicle. In the long run, and again, I hate the fact that I have to use percentage, but the current tool will tell you that your vehicle is in bad condition when it's 75% or below. And it hurts my soul. But that's it's between 50 to 75%. That's bad condition, quote unquote. I feel like that's too much. Basically,
you're driving around with like a smoking engine and
no.
it's gonna catch fire.
No. The smoking engine is if you drive like a psycho and you keep hitting shit, at some point it's gonna start smoking. But you can still, in theory, look under the hood, and your car is, in theory, still okay. So you would not get charged for that. Obviously, your car shouldn't be smoking. You should go to Mosley's, have that fixed, or have somebody look at it. But it's a more fair way to charge people for not taking care. In this case, it's only work vehicles as a start, but it's to make sure that people take care of it. Like if you drive around with shut out brakes, at some point you won't be able to brake and you're going to hit somebody, or you're going to send it over, somebody jaywalking, even though it might be legal now.
Be something that they're going to be.
It's stuff like that. If your frame is
not
bent,
that, it's
that
the
is
vehicle
dangerous.
integrity.
Like, it's all the small things. Engine is about to fucking blow up, catching on fire. You might take out the mayor. You might randomly be there as your car catches on fire and explodes.
Are they towing it if it's a bad condition? Because I see here it's just like warnings being issued at the bottom.
No, it's not being towed. So I made it into a 3 warning system. The first time they get a warning, they have to get it sorted in a week, basically. Because again, it's bad condition, but it's not terrible or extreme bad condition. So it's to the point where you need to get it fixed.
Law. He was a very Group 6 grinder.
Because it could get worse. And then if you get caught a second time without having it fixed, that's when we, at $1,500 fine and 2 points. Again, these are just kind of placeholder numbers. So
now cops are mechanics and fashion.
No. Because if you keep reading, it says that they have to call a mechanic to check it. If there's no mechanic available, they can use a tool to check current status, have to make sure they document it, then go from there. That is the biggest issue with that mandate right now. Do PD pay the mechanics? Or is PD able to use? Because all they do is just plug a tool in that reads the error codes. Like even PD could do that, but at the same time, you would make sure you have a professional to do it first, right? But who's paying for that? Is it PD that pays the mechanic for the reading, or?
I mean, I guess my question, this is like specifically towards Dakota. Like, don't you want to try to keep people off scenes? Like, are you guys really going to be wanting to call and wait for basically a third party mechanic to get there to make things more complicated and trust their readout?
Yeah, well, that's another thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
I like the idea of this.
Yeah.
But I think given, especially right now, the current state of car repair prices and
yeah,
I think it's a little.
Everybody just got a raise, Etta.
About that before we can.
I get that.
On mechanics.
Yes, I get that. But while I was writing this, I was writing it in
seems so unnecessary.
Mindset that this is a thing that we can make sure.
Why do you think somebody?
To people that they keep. I get that the prices are going
an Amazon
up and they
delivery
keep going
guy,
up, but while writing this, that is not my
UPS
problem.
guy coming up.
Because
and
don't get me wrong,
truck is fucking
I get your
smoking. And they've got
but the
like
prices
fucking
of
pop
parts
tire
go up and down. If I wrote this 2 weeks ago, the prices probably
like
wouldn't
they're
have been a
missing the
problem.
hood of their trunk. Would
Maybe
you not be concerned about
down
that?
in 2 weeks, we don't know.
Yeah, I think if people can't afford car ownership, I think that's very unfortunate for them. But Maximilian Angel.
If somebody
runs
had a
taxi
secure
service,
financial
right?
bank truck,
but then,
and they were just missing out.
Okay.
They were missing the back of their truck, like their trunk doors.
What about the emergency?
Spelling of Michael. Yeah, I'll fix that later.
So if I work a couple of hours and get my ambo repaired at the end of my shift, sometimes a one across is going to cost me $1,500.
Michael's such a dumb fucking name.
Really worked to fix my ambo.
I get your concern. I get that it's a problem at this current
Stupid
time.
spelling.
If I use that as a thing when I'm writing something, then I might as well just not write it. That's
I'm just saying, like, this is what we're going to hear.
Could you imagine the government deciding when you need to repair your work vehicle?
I know.
Could you imagine not having?
We can always wait till we think the prices are better.
Why should anybody be driving around a work vehicle?
But if we are using the
be
prices
fine,
that
why would anybody be driving a
going up and
work
down,
vehicle without doors and hoods and stuff like that, and it's all smoky and stuff?
Be a problem down the line, maybe not, and then maybe it'll be a problem again, because we are not in control of the prices. They are.
I like the legislation. The one thing I would change in order to get me personally on board with this is instead of making it like a third party mechanic, leave it completely up to the LEOs.
This is a very realistic
and if
thing.
Internally they want to have like mechanic deals,
but they don't pay for it. Amazon needs to pair their vehicles.
Police designating mechanic. Like I think that's
not
all
Bob
on
the driver. Okay,
I just think the logistics of calling people up, holding someone, detaining someone for 5 to 10 minutes just to get their car checked. I think that's a little unreasonable. But I think if PD have a tool, or if they have someone on their force who is trained on speed dial to come by, I think that's all perfectly fine.
Counterpoint, we already enacted legislation that detains like truck drivers and stuff for 10 to 15 minutes while their cargo manifest gets checked.
I think though
it's a very realistic
checking a cargo
thing.
manifest, that's all something that the PD does, and that's why I'm okay with this. Is all being a PD procedure. I just think the times might get a little too much for a standard stop when you're leaving in third-party mechanics and just scrolling through the yellow pages. If it's all an internal PD thing and it's just on the radio, hey, any certified mechanics, or however the PD want to implement it, right? I think that's fine. I just don't like bringing third parties onto scenes.
Yeah, Amazon may do it,
fine,
but these are all state-owned businesses.
I basically just wrote it the way I did to cover everything, because I felt like
they do have the discretion
having
to
PD do it themselves. Somebody's going to complain, and that's why I just wrote it in there.
Can we make it like a little simpler, like just like a fix it thing, like PD has the authority to basically under the act fine people for not having a roadworthy vehicle, but they also are instructed they have the discretion to give them a warning to go fix it, and if they see them again with it, they'll charge them. I mean,
they do not own those vehicles.
That's how it was. I think I wrote it the first time around, and then I made it into a 3 strike system, and I forgot who I talked to about it.
I think we keep shit simple, personally.
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine with that. The entire point is just that they should fix their vehicle. If it's a shit bucket and looks like a shit bucket, they're probably not fixing their shit, and they should. That was kind of the end of it. Again,
they don't own the bigger trucks.
It's limited to work
They have to purchase
vehicles
the
right now,
license
but in
for
theory,
it.
it could
They
be
don't
rolled
own
out
those.
to be all vehicles.
So is the I mean, I'm fine with that too. Is the consensus then to try and pull this all down to like a 1 paragraph unroadworthy vehicle charge like back in the day? Then is that?
I think it works because unroadworthy vehicle didn't work back in the day because you could see one thing on the exterior and somebody could see something else.
Right,
this is
like,
internally, and then that's the same for everybody, meaning that now we can actually crack down on it. Yes,
Yeah,
so
like,
I would agree.
because the charge would make it about the
person's-
internal components, not the external ones.
Correct.
Okay.
I don't know why you guys are defending
Sorry,
people
I missed something. What internal
having their
components?
cars in fucking disrepair. It's wild to me. I think it's stupid in
Yeah, they're not
roleplay
checking,
that
like,
they are
physical
even just doing that
damages.
because they mechanically don't have to do it.
The reason we're using that crane as the baseline is because, like, you can walk up to a car, you can see that something is wrong, and I might not see that, but the internals will be the same for
I'm
you.
just a
and for
note
me.
taker.
The exterior condition is the RS for the stop, and then the charge is, I guess, like that gives you the
Yes.
PC to check the internals and whatnot.
Yeah.
PDEMS should be reimbursed for the state-owned.
Yeah, I'd
car
also like
repairs.
to
Yeah,
say, in order
that's, like,
for a
eventually
vehicle
going
to
be a
get down
thing,
to the
not
levels
yet.
that this is talking about, you really have to be negligent with.
You say that. As I was writing this, I was out checking a garbage truck that was sitting around 50.
And I bet
across the
that
board.
I bet that garbage truck has never seen a repair shop.
No, and that's why, like, this is extreme. And again,
yeah.
it can be tweaked. I just threw some numbers in there that I think was all right. If we go by the standard that a part is a bad condition, that would mean 50 to 75%.
Yeah, I
Anything
still
like
think
in
that
between
too.
that range, which is quite a big.
I
gap.
agree. Yeah, I was just saying it to like reassure people if they were having it, because it's not like
I'm just a note taker guy. I don't know
it's
why
not
you
like
guys
if
are
I
arguing
went
with
out
me.
for an 8-hour shift and then I went back to PD and I checked how my engine was looking, it wouldn't be remotely close to anything that this would suggest. So it's not
Yeah.
it wouldn't be like a finicky thing if that makes sense, Etta.
Yeah, no, I get that. Yeah, having it explained that way, yeah, no,
I've missed so much of this discussion
for it. If we like,
because you guys were acting up.
Yep.
You guys were
So,
acting the hell up.
If we simplify it, we use the old charge of unroadworthy vehicle, and then obviously make some changes, I guess. And yeah.
Would this be the equivalent of like a traffic citation then? And they, if you just keep getting caught with it, they just keep stacking it. Is it?
Yeah, honestly, I mean, that makes
I would
sense.
say yes.
All right.
Just keep charging them until they get it fixed.
That's fair.
So would we do one warning and then second offense still would be a fine and a?
I mean,
I
that's
think
where,
it's on discretion, right?
that's where PD discretion is. Yeah, like you give traffic warnings all the time, you know?
No, I'm just saying it because it is literally spelled out in here. I'm trying to figure out if we're going to break from this or if we're going to keep it similar. That's what my question was.
Sounds like we're adjusting it based on the
For
discussion,
section
maybe.
for section 3, that was my
I
only
don't
thing.
think
Yeah,
people should be
no,
driving
we're
around
changing
with
that.
broken
Okay,
up
then I'm
vehicles
fine
without
with
a
it being
door or anything
discretion,
like
so I have
that.
no issue with that. I
I
just wanted
think
to make
that's
sure
stupid.
I was following correctly.
Yep. So
even if for
I
the
think TLDR
personal
is
vehicle.
that we are changing it so it's not a 3-strike. It is at the PD's discretion, whoever pulled them over. And it's, are we keeping the percentage?
I know nothing about
yeah, I
mechanics,
don't
I'll
know
be
that
honest.
part.
That's
throw my hands
that's
up.
on you.
60 seems ridiculously low, so
It
I
is
feel like
definitely-
that
It
is fair.
in all my time as a mechanic previously, I very rarely ever saw vehicles that low. So
65.
people are holding a relatively, regular schedule for their maintenance, then they'll never get that low.
All right. Well, in that case, I'd say we up it to 65 and feel like it might be a sweet spot. And then that's about it.
Play around with it, and I guess Nakota can come back with feedback in a couple
Yep.
sessions with how it's going.
I think when people do
Absolutely.
that shit, I think
Really
dare I say
quick,
it,
since
it looks
we wrapped
stupid.
let's do the vote first.
Surely no one gets a
Sorry.
60
All in favor.
Yay.
Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. Let's do it this way. All not in favor. The motion passes. Unanimous.
Real quick, okay. So on the updated charge proposal document, I've enacted the manufacturer moonshine, the robbery security firm, and the possession security firm cash. Those are I've normalized the fines. So what I've done is robbery security firm is
People
$60,000 and
shouldn't be drifting their
$6,000 is the
several
all
ton
in.
vehicle. By
But
the
then
way,
what I've done is
I
I've
think that's also
escalated
really
the
stupid, and
financial
I don't
institution to 100 months, $10,000 to
Okay.
There's a lot
scale,
of dumb shit that people
comparing
do that piss me
to
off.
security firm versus the bank itself. And then I've written the umbrella. If anyone can like logic check what I've done for the umbrella charges, I think it makes sense, but I may have missed something. So please help me if you see anything.
I think that's absolutely a fucking brain
And
dead
then
thing to
possession
do.
of security from
Realistically,
cash. I don't know anything about what forms they take. What is Group 6 rolled cash? Is that a thing?
Yes, we've found
No
that
idea.
on people.
So it has like it has a tag for Group 6 on it.
Correct.
Okay, cool.
All right.
So those three, tampering of an HVAC / turbine unit. I don't. I'm not sure about that one. What is that crime, Dakota? Can you?
These are crimes where we're getting suspicious. Grandma calls us and says that she's seeing some suspicious activity. We respond. Typically, when we show up on scene, there will be a very loud alarm going off. If we're there sometimes too late. If we get there early, typically we'll see someone on a rooftop or multiple people on a rooftop. They are visibly tampering with something. Sometimes it's an HVAC unit.
that's a
Sometimes
wild
it's a
take.
turbine
That's an
unit.
actual wild take.
They then remove forcefully parts from inside said unit and attempt to flee.
Can't just to like get to the butt of this, isn't this what we kind of discussed after that trial the other day?
Yeah,
I
which
don't know
I would
if-
love to hear your thought on it, to be honest.
I don't know if it made its way up to Ukraine, but Hallow had a bench trial around all this, and the general consensus was, we could just retool the stolen goods charge to kind of include this kind of stuff as an option instead of an entirely new charge.
Instead of valuable goods.
Yes, just make a possession of stolen goods.
Yeah, I will say my goal with that charge again was a more umbrella-esque charge instead of charging someone with 5 different crimes.
I don't know why people are getting mad at my chat.
If they're
I'm
found
just
to
a
be
fucking note
engaging
taker,
in this
guys.
activity, they just get 1
Y'all
charge.
are wild.
Well, in this case, stolen goods is plural, so you could only charge it once.
The Group 6 one, I think I get because I've seen all the reports and I've had people come to me about the epidemic of that. But is this really a big enough deal that we need an umbrella charge for HVAC tampering?
This is the most common crime that is occurring in the city at the moment.
Really? Wow.
I will agree with Nakota, but disagree about the implementation. I think that instead of a whole new charge of that, you just retool the existing charge of possession of stolen goods to cover the HVAC systems.
So the acts, you charge them for the trespassing, vandalism, theft,
correct,
reckless evading, resisting, and then if they're found with these outside of the act, we implement the possession of stolen parts.
Correct, because whenever you find these parts, we have not found one instance where there weren't signs that they were forcefully removed from the unit.
Anybody against me changing possession of stolen goods to be more generic to encompass things like HVAC units?
I'm for that.
That's
Yeah,
good.
that I'm
Yeah, I think
for.
Okay, I will do that now.
Sick.
To make things easier, Crane, if you literally just change it to stolen goods, that'll encompass it. You don't really need to specify like HVAC systems or anything like that unless you want to.
Just want to do my job. I wanna get all the tea.
Okay. So what about the vehicle distinguishability and maintenance mandate?
You guys voted that in.
And then we
Yeah.
already implement that just
it's-
into
yeah,
a
we
traffic
passed.
charge.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was
We passed it.
unanimous.
Yep.
Sick. Okay.
We kind of lessened it slightly, so now it's up to cop discretion and all that. But it did pass in its current form.
Yeah.
Awesome.
It, yeah.
Next is Malton's lawyer-employee reclassification. Malton?
One sec, let me just read the language real quick. Possession of stolen goods for the purpose of this charge, items will qualify as stolen if they are known by police to be targeted for theft and the possessor does not have proof of ownership.
Okay.
Because I don't want, PD being like, you don't have proof that you bought this bandage. Ha ha ha. So that should cover it.
Okay.
All right. So yeah, just moving on to my proposal. I think it's pretty straightforward. Essentially, lawyers are not government employees currently for a variety of reasons that we discussed in the past that I mostly agree with. However, I do think they should be considered government employees, specifically when they are at City Hall or a police station. The reason being that when lawyers are there, they're usually there on government business. I think that if someone is targeting a police station or City Hall, I think the expectation is people in there usually are government employees. I think the script is flipped a little bit. Just as we feel that it's not obvious that someone is a lawyer if they're just out and about or at senior buns. I think it's more likely than not that someone is a lawyer if they're doing legal stuff at City Hall or at the police station or something like that. And that's why I'm seeking the classification in these two specific locations only.
I don't know enough about lawyers to have a vested opinion on if it's necessary or real. So if anyone's got anything.
I think I think it's just for me. I'm not pushing this because it's like an epidemic or anything like that. This is more for standardization with other government employees. The only reason they're not right now is except the niche situations that we talked about in the past where they could be out and about in town but still technically a lawyer. But I think that if they're at City Hall, if they're at the police station, then I think it's much more obvious that they're government workers at that point.
And essentially, whether or not they'd get like attempted murder of a government employee versus
correct. Basically, this would mean if you target City Hall or a police station, this kind of kicks in, I guess, with what you were saying, Max, with maybe getting things more strict at City Hall.
It's terrible.
You rob a person in the suit. I think it's pretty reasonable to assume that person is a government employee of some sorts. And, we already do it for the county clerks. I believe Alex told me the other day that county clerks are technically classified as government employees when they're behind that desk. I think that courtesy should be extended to lawyers, once again, within City Hall or police station. And, you can play around with the wording a little bit, but I think it's even fine to say when they're within the building of City Hall or the building of a police station. If they're like out front by the fountain, maybe that's still the old definition. But I think as a way to help with the standardization, we could start drawing the line once you're indoors of City Hall and PD.
Agree. Let's vote on it. This is pretty clear cut. All in favor of classifying lawyers as government employees for the purpose of penal reasons, should they be accosted in City Hall and in a police station. Any disagreeers?
I don't think I know enough to really disagree. So if you guys like it,
you could always abstain if you'd like. But yeah, I hear you.
I'll vote with y'all. I just I'm not against it.
Sounds like no nays. Unanimously passed.
Fuck yeah,
sure.
My wife thanks you.
Hell yeah, there you go. Oh yeah, I guess that was that makes sense.
I just want to make sure
thank God.
The lawyer classification thing was passed.
Indeed.
Yes, it is, and just specifically, I don't know what I said in the wording here, but it's only when you're in the interior of City Hall or police station. Like it's not just the grounds of it's you have to specifically be in an interior.
Honestly, yeah. Y'all can wander around. It's not like any lawyer's immune to being targeted just because they're signed on duty or something.
I just want to make sure the note said it.
So I have enacted everything that we've discussed in terms of the new charges under Nakota's list. I have implemented everything. I've adjusted times and fines accordingly. The only one that was suggested as a new charge that we did not discuss that I want to resolve real quick is criminal possession of firearm components. Is anyone against me enacting that charge?
I'm
No.
against it as a new charge. I think it should just be wrapped in with weapon attachments at the current time and fine. Especially if you're charging them on like a per component or per attachment level. That
So
can stack up pretty quick.
so your suggestion is I change the name from weapon attachments to firearm components, and then make the language generic to include scopes, extended magazines, as well as slides, receivers, etc.
Currently plus weapons components.
Anybody against that idea?
I'm for it.
I'm okay with that.
Okay, I will do that. And then just to disclose to the council, the other items that Nakota has suggested that are more
breaking into City Hall
reclassification
to
or
kidnap Siobhan, so
whatever we want to call it, penal code
storming City
balancing,
Hall to kidnap Siobhan.
I'll work with the
This was literally
DOJ to
discussed
examine
earlier.
and take them on in good faith.
Okay. Could I just beg that we vote on making criminal possession of a class 1 a felony, please, in the current moment? So right now it's a misdemeanor.
I was very surprised by that. But I'm
Yeah,
also
that's
not
a holdover
law
from
professional here.
that's a holdover.
Yeah, I'm
from
fine with it,
before.
especially if we're wanting to go strict on gun charges in the beginning. Yeah,
I'm fine with
felonies
implementing
have
as
a lot
you've
of
written
weight.
it.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so I'll mark which things are implemented, which things are under review for DOJ. Do we want to get through the unresolved from the last meeting, or do we want to get through the new items?
Look, I'm going through the reports right now. Once we get through here, we can go through stuff that was kind of skipped over in the last meeting.
All right, sounds good.
We got the proposal for City Hall running pass program.
Oh.
Michael.
It's I don't know if it's a final or is it still work in progress. It's basically just we make money off the fucking people that keep running through fucking City Hall.
Yeah.
Do like money.
Does the money go to the state?
Either that or the person that whichever we're fine with.
I'm fine with it if it goes to the state.
All right,
like
goes
make
to
it
the
a
state.
It could be one of those things where the majority goes to the state and only a small portion goes to the person issuing the fee.
That already exists.
Yeah,
Oh,
cops will
okay.
still get the 15% Juno.
Oh, I
So
see.
if a
Okay.
clerk issues that license, then they'll get 15%.
Okay.
Yeah, that works.
Yeah, that's good.
Crane, if you issue a license, is it permanent or is it for X amount of time?
It depends on the license.
Okay, so we could set all right. So we could basically set it to a week, and they would have to buy a new one.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we're talking about having actual back end support on the MDT for these.
I don't know. What is the
That's not very difficult.
Okay.
Okay.
Is there a way to have them automatically expire?
Correct. That is how some things work already.
Cool. Okay. That's sick.
That is actually pretty cool.
you know what? It's kind of a small amount of money.
I was about to say we could actually up that.
Well, hold on, no. What I mean is instead of the money going to the state, why not just give it to the person issuing the thing?
Because
The state would
I
have
would
to pay them on the
prefer
back
I would
end.
prefer they use the
systems
the
to bill in
billing
place.
the bank account.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't want to have to oversee my clerks taking cash from people.
Or if you don't do that, the judges.
I
have to,
trust
like,
the
pay 'em
clerks, but
weekly,
Alex, your thoughts, given that you are the chief clerk?
I think it's honestly easier to just bill them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we stick with the billing system.
I don't trust Kermie. Like
I mean,
that.
look, there's a lot of Group 6 people running in there. That 15% can stack up real quick.
That could be good.
Every week.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I'm good with the whole idea. I would rather keep it formal.
Yeah,
It also allows us to track the actions.
Is with this, I didn't read through the whole thing, but if someone is running without a pass, is that just like a citation? Like what?
Yeah, that's the only thing
that's
is
the only
we're
thing,
just gonna have to be aware that enforcement is gonna be null and void. Basically, I'm not gonna empower clerks to physically fucking restrain people to get their pound of flesh.
No.
So and we'll have to train them on this, and that'll be Alex's responsibility. But it's gonna be the kind of thing where we're gonna heavily discourage people from running by still yelling at them and threatening to call the cops, etc. But I doubt it'll result in much actual enforcement.
No, I don't think
I mean, yeah, a cop could hang out here if they really care, I guess, you know.
it's an easy way to make some money. It's an easy way to, we have
Some
a
people
reason to
would just
yell at
like
people.
to say they have it, so
Yeah,
yeah,
that
fuck
too.
it. Like,
A lot of people keep saying, "Oh, I got the running pass." Well, now you don't, motherfucker.
Well,
now you have
yeah,
to actually
now
buy
you
it.
can actually get it if you want it. Yeah.
While we're on the topic of like courthouses and fines associated with it, Nakota, are people like are cops doing that commercial charging pad? Like, it's been a few weeks kind of since we implemented that. Is that charge being used? Are you guys swamped, or are people still just parking and not giving a fuck?
People are issuing them. I did. One thing I did want to bring up is like the tier 3 group 6 trucks and the grime, like whatever the largest 16-wheeler or 18-wheeler that they drive. Anywhere where they pick up deliveries, it is quite literally impossible for them to park legally. They're either blocking traffic in some capacity, or they basically have to park on the
right? Like, yeah.
Which I've been communicating to people, but we have been giving out egregious parking infractions.
I guess that's what I'm saying. Is like, do you think the charge is like working its current form, or are people still not giving a fuck about it?
No, I think people are holding people accountable. Obviously, not for the larger ones where it's like someone was making a pickup for their 18-wheeler for grime, and shockingly, they parked horizontally across all the spots across the street from the bank on Legion Square, but they also paid every single meter and then went inside.
Oh, well, there you go.
So it is working.
Okay.
Strange question. Does anyone know a list of? You know what? Never mind. I'll ask that elsewhere. Go ahead.
Okay.
I think just do whatever the biggest truck is for grime. I think they had 2 stops somewhere in the city. I think they got rid of those because of these reasons, and because big trucks like that shouldn't be driving in the city in the first place.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So just keep that in mind. As
Good
for
to know.
for the other one, that's still gonna be an issue, and
Yeah.
If I might add to the group 6 thing, I've seen them drive into the garage a lot more, which is good, but some of them still don't care, and they've literally said, well, how are they going to catch me? So...
Well, I guess the fine would be irrelevant for those types of people. But yeah, if it's making an impact, that's just what I want to follow up on.
Hell, if they say that, then take a picture of their fucking plate parked illegally and text it to a cop.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, we'll flag it up.
Because that's proof for a charge. So fuck it.
The snitch war's begun. They have.
Yeah, I don't care if people are gonna park on our front lawn, then they can get what's coming to them.
The first person who gets the snitch award for the adoption policy should get a medal. That's all I'm
saying. So it seems like we're all in favor of the running pass being implemented.
Yep.
Yes.
Oh yeah, I like it.
Yes. Yep.
Okay, so I tossed in a little thing in here that said a report will be drafted upon the first individual purchasing this pass, where the dates and issuance of all running passes will be tracked, as well as their expiration date. Didn't realize that it could be automatically removed after a certain amount of time, so I'm going to delete this real quick. I don't think there's a report necessary at that point because everything's going to be tracked on the back end.
Yep.
Nice. Perfect.
Who specifically do we want to be able to issue these? Just judges and clerks?
County clerks.
Yeah, county clerks. That should be their job.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna. I don't think it's actually written in there. I'm just gonna add this in real quick, or where would be the best place to add this in?
All licenses
15% of 500.
by default are the purview of DOJ and the clerks.
So my only concern about the back end thing would be, so there is a logging system of licenses given and revoking. Would that not just like kind of clog that thing?
How frequently are we setting them to expire?
1 week is
They
the
were saying a
current
week,
legislation.
yeah.
It probably should be longer than that.
So I mean,
up the price and make it longer.
I mean, I don't.
For example, hunting, when we had hunting as an expiring license, it was, I think, a monthly basis.
It was 60 days, Crane. Sorry for
Oh,
speaking.
60. I mean, statute of limitations is 30. We just match that. Is that fair? I don't know.
I mean, do we just want to do a straight increase, 2 grand, 30
fair.
days? Like,
Sure.
What do you think, Mike? This is your baby.
I'm fine with upping it. We just up the price.
That's what I'm saying. Just
to
a
match.
lateral
Yeah.
increase. Yeah.
Yeah.
2004 a month, correct?
Yep. I think it's a hard to sell, but it's probably still doable. But
I mean, that also may provide incentive for the police if they are just hanging out here. Like if someone's running, like maybe they'll actually stop them because you could.
Or they'll actually stop.
Ding them for more, yeah. Or they'll actually stop running. True.
Okay. Any nayers on the running pass? It passes. Unanimous. Very good. Next one, the business licenses. I'm gonna go ahead and say this is for the mayor's office to review and implement on our own time. I will say that Michael did a fantastic fucking job on this. I believe Judo consulted with him as well. I haven't been able to catch Juno and Mike and me in the same room in a while, obviously. So I don't think this needs to be presented at the meeting, but it is here for you guys to review. If you have any questions or concerns about it, you can direct them to Michael or I. We're both, or Juno, even if she's read it. We're all versed on it. I think it's fair. I think it is. It covers the state's ass in regards to there not being certain expectations of the state.
Right. Yeah.
It's very, what's the word? Austere.
I
I
guess
like it. I think the price is good.
I would have
like
to
it.
like
I
flag
do
down the
completely agree
G6
that it should
workers and
be
see if
within
they
the
have it.
purview of the mayor's office. My only like general question for our predecessors, shall we say, or our successors rather, is you know, currently we're all kind of on the same page about like felonies and no business licenses, but in theory, could like a future mayor's office change it? Like that'd be the only thing I'd like to hard.
I'll provide guidance on that because I know exactly how this works. I will reiterate to Max's credit, it is entirely his purview. I want to be unequivocal about that. There is no should, there is no, you know, hedging here. It is entirely the mayor's purview to deal with businesses. The only check and balance on businesses I've already discussed with Max and he understands, which is there is a feasibility and legality check that occurs at a higher government level. And all that is when he decides, after he's done his entire process of approval and review, he sends them to me and I run them by the government. That's it.
And that legality check includes the felony check, right?
That is, well, no, that the felony check is me at the DOJ being told by Max, please issue a license to this person, charge them for a business license as they have been approved by the mayor. And at that point, as I do when I issue any license, I open up the MDT and I check the record to see if they qualify. But those are the only two checks that exist. And again, I'll be unequivocal. It is entirely his domain. So he may choose to allow us to give input, but it is his choice.
Although a physical
the thing that Malton's worried about is the process being edited by future mayors, right?
That's my
that
concern.
Process is not open for edit.
So can we decide now that? So this is a slippery slope that we need to be careful about.
Sorry, let me clarify. Which process? The felony part?
No. Just the process of how the mayor oversees businesses.
The council does not determine the length or breadth of that power. That power is given straight from the federal government. The role as defined in the enacted constitution.
No. Hold on, you're not understanding me. What I mean is the process that the mayor employs is what was outlined by Simone. Malton is concerned that a mayor may come in and see this document and be like, actually, I want to change this and that, blah, blah, blah.
So they could suddenly say it's like $2K for a business license instead of $50K or something.
Well, I'm fine with that. My only one hang up was the felony portion.
I
but
don't think that'll.
Yeah. I just wanted an example, but yeah.
So we could throw in a little line here that no matter what, like, you know, a future mayor can change this process if they want to. The one thing that has to remain is the no felony shit.
I don't foresee that being an issue.
Okay. All right. Well, then, as is, it is fine.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, I think most of it.
Did you? Sorry,
No,
continue. Go.
I was just gonna say most of what I wrote
it's
down is
alright, I'm
basically just
just-
we have it in writing.
I'm still tilted from
Again,
everybody
specifically
complaining
because some
earlier.
people don't seem to get that the government will not support them. They will have to make do with the tools that are available at the moment.
People always think they're more
I have
important than
two
they are, unfortunately.
questions. I have two questions with that. Did you update the report? You know how you said there were a couple things that you were going to change. Have you updated it? Or no?
Not yet.
Then my second question is I guess I don't know if it's better just to talk about it separately after the fact, but with individuals that are requests that have ambitious goals for a business per se, should we would we want to put that on hold or deny altogether or just give the business license anyway?
That's on Max, right? And if Max thinks the business is good, then it's pushed through. And then if they say it's not good, then that's the end of it. So if you think that, let's say, like,
I'm just I guess I'd like to.
if they're hoping that there is a window of opportunity that they can do something that is currently unavailable, then tell them that yes, wait, it might be possible, but at the moment, it's not. If you're expecting that
what's an example of what we're talking about? Sorry, I just want to
erecting a building for somebody, or say somebody wants to open a coffee shop. Currently, there's no way to get coffee. Is there a place to get coffee in the city?
There's there's no coffee beans.
Yes.
There's nothing
It
like
is
that.
it is the duty of the mayor's office at this time and until any foreseeable future to inform residents seeking construction or altering of any existing building or infrastructure that is not possible, period.
Yeah, there we go. Easy.
Okay.
And when that changes, the mayor's office will be the first to know.
Yes. So what you're asking, Juna, is tell them to wait. And if they're hoping that there's an opening for that, then you have to wait and see.
Yeah.
Right now, it's a no, and that's...
You can literally just blame the federal government, blame Crane, blame whoever you want.
I just don't see the point in handing out licenses for you know, whether they meet criteria or not, or something that isn't going to be beneficial at all for the city, at least not until the foreseeable future.
You can still make a company.
Yeah, for sure.
So, but it's just, yeah. I think we can do much about it, so we just have to leave it at that.
Okay, let's keep going. We have the vehicle asset forfeiture policy, also drafted by Mr. Simone.
I think we need to come back to that one because I think we have not established a strike system and anything.
It already is in place.
Yeah,
it is working in the back end. We can modify it potentially.
Okay.
But I will caution that, as with the previous discussion about infrastructure, the towing and impound systems may take a good while to implement changes to. So anything we come up with, we just need to be aware is not going to be an overnight thing. It may be months. I don't know.
Yeah.
Currently, the way that it works, just so everyone's educated, is that currently vehicle strikes are applied to the vehicle based on the impound reason. There are various severities, obviously, like robbery or violent crimes are the highest. Things like parking are the lowest. The strikes currently scale with the original MSRP of the vehicle. So if you own a $200,000 car and you reckless evade in it, it may be $20,000. If you own a $20,000 car and you reckless evade in it, it may be $5,000. That's about how it works.
Yeah.
Okay. So what we good on this one?
If there's an actual system in place and that system is cut and dry basically in the way it works, then in theory, yes. Then all we need to do is establish basically how many points or how many strikes they would need, and if we're actually okay with
about that, yeah.
Okay, and then if we're okay with actually seizing people's property, and if we actually want to put it up for auction, or if we just want to keep it.
In the past, what we did was when it reached 30 strikes, it would be seized for 30 days automatically. You couldn't pull it out of impound no matter how much money you paid. To my knowledge, that never occurred. The workaround people used was as soon as they got to like 28 strikes, they would sell the vehicle to a civilian who didn't care about the strikes because they weren't going to commit crime in it at a discounted rate. And then they would buy a copy of the same vehicle with no strikes on it. So if we are going to implement something that results in seizure, we would need to conceive of something that people would actually achieve without gaming the system. So
yes, I agree.
Those are the parameters. I don't have. I'm not saying I have a solution. I apologize for doing that, but that's the challenge.
I'm just spitballing here, I guess, since it's a work in progress. But the current strike system in place, I think that works for like the fines and such, because that's all automated basically. But for the forfeiture, could you maybe say like the strikes are relevant? It's when it's used in 3 felonies or 3 violent, something like that. Like make it not tied to strikes, but just the number of incidents that the car is involved in for the government to seize it. Like strikes don't matter.
I feel like it's a bigger slippery slope.
It's a question of proof, right? Because, for example, my head immediately jumps to, okay, the cops go to a bank robbery, Malton's Toyota Supra is parked out front, robbers get in the car and they get away. There's no way the cops can prove whether it was tampered with, whatever, right? So how do we apply an incident to that vehicle?
Well, that's a gimme then. Hey, they got away in the vehicle where it was actually stolen. One of the two. I mean, that's
so it has to be caught with caught with no signs of tampering, is what you're saying.
I'm saying that the police have to be able to articulate that the owner knew it was being used for, and that could be many pieces of the puzzle. It could be the vehicle tampering. Is the person who was caught with it an associate of the original owner? Is there any
vehicle not
cause to
reported stolen,
et cetera, et cetera? Yeah, like I think if you could articulate that the owner knew, then it should count against it in like a 3 incident policy or a 3 strike policy. And once again, if people want to contest that, or if people don't agree with it, that's kind of what the courts are for.
I am all for proper documentation of vehicles being used as evidence, but I don't know how everyone else feels about it. I'm in line with what you're saying, Malton, because we've already had instances where I can tell you personally, we're already seeing personal vehicles that I can think of off the top of my head, 2 in particular, that I've seen at 5 separate instances being used in the commission of some form of a crime. One of the owners was called and asked about their vehicle, and they said, "Oh, I give my keys out to a lot of people." I don't remember who, though.
That again, like I talked to you about, that is really not your problem. If they hand their fucking car out to somebody that's going to commit crime, that's really on them.
Oh, no, I agree with you wholeheartedly. I'm just saying, like, if the standard is going to be it's documented as being used and it's not reported stolen, and that's the bear or the what we want to use, that's great. I'm saying that people will.
So 3 instances of the vehicle being caught, used in a violent felony, no signs of tampering, equals seizure. Is that what we're arguing?
Are we making a violent felony?
I would say violent felony, yeah.
Agreed.
Okay.
Yeah, agreed.
Strikes handle everything else like speeding and requisiting and all that bullshit.
I'm fine with that.
So, okay, so basically we're having two sorts of strikes. We're having non-violent felonies, which can build up, then we take it away, and or we have 3 strikes of felonies.
Well, the other one includes violent felonies, but it would just be automatic in terms of if they reach 30.
Yeah, basically, yeah. Instead of linking this vehicle asset forfeiture to like the existing back-end systems, we just kind of create our own standard with the 3 violent felony policy or whatever we end up calling it.
I want to advocate for the car being auctioned. I don't think the state should.
I agree with
love
that.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah.
Yeah,
maybe that should go to maybe that should go to PD funds. You eat what you kill kind of thing.
I think I had it like that first, and I made it just to the state. But yeah, I'm fine with whichever, really.
What if the original owner is the auction winner?
Well, that in theory you shouldn't care.
No, auctions should only be the civilians, no felonies.
Oh,
understood.
All right,
even better.
Easy,
I'm very okay with that.
I don't care where the money goes, state, PD, split, whatever. But I think that if the DOJ is seizing it, then by that definition,
for the record,
DOJ
this
should be the
was
one auctioning it.
Prior to the collapse. This was one of the things that was being worked on, which is why I have ideas about it already. We just didn't implement it because there was so much going on with Sanguine.
Yeah.
But we had a whole system already described and set up, which is what I'm kind of describing. So the idea was, whatever reason it gets seized, it then goes to a publicly announced auction. The DOJ posts about on the City Hall public government email server. Everyone is aware of it. Date and time where we'll actually hold the auction in person here in the city. That auction then will be restricted only to civilians, aka no felonies on your record. And the money would go to the PD funds that deal with
but honestly,
whatever you want to call it, cargo fast cops.
Have as much luxuries as they did in 3.0.
I mean, I think where the funds go, maybe that's a discussion
that's like
that the treasurer should work out with the PD or the DOJ or whoever needs to be.
Sorry, it's a hot take
about how those funds are split.
Anybody any comment on that, or I don't know?
I love that.
I think it's fine. I mean, I think the overall idea, I'm fine with implementation. That's something we could play with as we go along. But I would.
I mean, look, let's be honest. It's gonna be pretty fucking hard for the PD to catch someone's personally used vehicle being used in 3 separate violent felonies with no signs of tampering, right? Like that's people are gonna wisen up by the second time. Yep. You would hope.
If they don't, that's
on them.
It should be a forced life path. I don't think there should be
gotta
like
learn
play dumb games, win stupid prizes.
Oh, I'm on board for all this.
I should be very careful about it.
I know our statute of limitations 3 years. Is that saying? Are we saying strike these violent felony strikes fall off after 30, 60?
But also that gives the RP
currently the way that it works is strikes are on a rolling basis of 30 days.
A clean person,
From the point the strikes go on, they roll after 30 days. In terms of this, I would say it's the life of the car.
Thus making the clean
the
person
financial regulation strikes, I would say it's
almost an accessory.
Whatever, but for this, the whole point is to deter the use, right?
Absolutely.
I don't know. People are so quick to bitch about things,
and if it gets too out of hand, I mean, hey, that's next council can peel that back if they wish.
People are not gonna like that, but yeah, fucking.
Anybody disagree with this idea? It's pretty radical. I mean,
it is honestly. I think making it life of the car, people are not going to like that because they'll use it as a getaway drive for like everything, even things they don't even think are violent. But yeah, I mean, we should put that pressure on them.
Can we run back the describing of the charges real quick so I can note that down? Because I missed that part.
Which ones?
So if they're used in a non-violent or violent.
No, just a violent felony.
Okay, so currently the system is strikes range from parking to violent felony. The amount of strikes corresponds to the severity of the crime. It's all automated based on what the vehicle is impounded for, marked by the PD. The strikes cost a certain amount to get out of impound, scaling with the original cost of the car. What we're discussing is a separate legislative act that basically says if your personally owned vehicle is found to be used in a violent felony and there are no signs of tampering on the vehicle, then that is an incident that counts as a formal strike under this piece of legislation. 3 incidents that occur would lead to the vehicle being seized, put up for auction to a civilian community, so people without felonies on their records, and then the money would be discussed through the treasurer and the PD of how to basically give back to the PD for catching what they kill.
I would the only thing I'm against with that specific wording is obvious people are going to start lockpicking their own cars. I would just say instead of without tampering,
they're not. That's not our concern. That's not our concern.
All right, fair enough.
That is not our problem.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
That's definitely not my problem, and definitely not.
I'm really
else's.
sorry, Crane. The last part you said, if 3 strikes are on a vehicle, the vehicle is seized, by the state.
If there are 3 incidents of a privately owned vehicle being apprehended by the police, used in a violent felony with no signs of tampering, then the vehicle will be seized, put up for auction.
Okay, thanks.
Does anybody have any disagreement or thoughts on that before I start writing up language?
I'm good.
Nope.
No, that's fair.
Okay, I will start drafting.
Next is Philippa's thing.
Oh, and by God, if any of you want to read the updated firearm components law, be my guest. But I'm just going to warn you right now, there's like 30 different things in there, so good luck.
Fair enough.
I got 2 things. One's too short to even throw in there, so I'll just get it out the way now. This is a proposal from our board of directors, Charlie Janetti, who's real concerned about his very special son, Willie Glory, recently hired as a judge. He drives around on motorcycles, without a helmet, and so Janetti wanted to pitch to us to discuss that we should make a law mandating people wear helmets on a motorcycle.
Janetti a communist?
That I'm surprised he was trying to push for this too. He's usually very much for free rights, but you know, I said I'd bring it up. I was never a fan of it, but you know, his pitch was to protect Willie. That's the whole thing. Also, health and safety. Admittedly, it would put pressure on like motorcycle clubs and things to be identifiable and to not drive around looking like assholes all the time. So hey, there's a benefit.
Malton, don't you drive a motorcycle?
I do, and I will not be a hypocrite when it comes to helmets. And you know, I'm gonna keep the same thing that I have with moonshine. I think if we can't be regulating what people do with their bodies in terms of drug use, light drug use, that includes helmets as well. I am against this proposal.
I tend to agree.
Yeah, if
doesn't
people
hurt anyone
want
else.
to take the risk of cracking their heads open like a watermelon on the asphalt, then I mean that is their right. So
Pretty much, yeah. You know, it could be an extra thing to get the state money, but I don't think it would really do much. So
I will stir the
I
pot
said
a
I'd
little
bring it
bit
up,
and
but that's
say if
about
you're
it.
against helmets, but you're also you should also sorry if you're for helmets you should also be against moonshine. Like,
I get what you mean.
this is like a general discussion. I don't want to keep harping on this point, but either we could control what people do with their own health,
With their
and,
health
safety,
and
or we
safety,
can't.
or we don't. No,
You know what
I
part
agree.
of my
I agree.
you know what part of my right is as an American, Mountain?
Hmm.
To be a goddamn hypocrite.
Hey,
Hell yeah.
that's more than fair too.
Hey,
I'm just
fuck it.
saying, if you don't think people should be possessing and consuming moonshine, then you should probably be thinking people should be wearing helmets too.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay, yeah, no issue on that one. I said I'd bring it up. But I'm
Maybe
pretty much
maybe
on the
they can
same
drink
page
it
as
while
y'all.
they're on the motorcycle without the helmet, right?
Hey, there you go. We don't have
No, because they can't possess
No,
it.
she does care about the
We
doctors.
did not decriminalize it.
She definitely does. It was
okay,
very
on
shown in
to
the last meeting.
This other proposal. I know a few people.
She
have
fought
spoken to
very
some of us. I
hard.
know she was making an effort to try to speak to a lot of you. She came to me asking me to pitch this. Full disclosures. This was written by Siobhan, from my understanding. Hi, Siobhan. I did not have any say in writing any of this. Other than I had one suggestion for her. That was it. Other than that, I just told her I'd bring it as is. If y'all want to read over that.
to me as well.
I have read the first sentence. I'm against touching official religions with a 10-foot pole. That's
Yeah, I
What?
thought it'd be a fun discussion. Yeah, take a look at it, Crichton. Take a look
just
at it.
off the first
Yeah.
sentence, I am a nay on this one so far.
I told her that
Yeah.
I understood where she was coming from, and I understood what her intentions. But unfortunately, I just see this opening up way too many cans of worms. I see it being abused profusely, and I just think it's best not to touch it with a 10-foot pole, like Lance said.
Yeah, the general vibes I got of it, discussing things with her, is her intentions for it are pretty great. That does not mean we need
Can this lady
any
speak
of
out?
this.
She's on the other side of the room. She
She
also speaks
could
slow.
do this all by herself. No one is stopping her.
Isn't there some psych
I-
research
I-
about?
You know, I said I'd pitch it and we can all discuss it, but yeah, that's generally my thoughts. Is I don't understand the necessity.
Are you putting this for a vote then, Cantor? Just as is?
I mean, we can. It was more, you know, if anyone had thoughts that I didn't have, that maybe this was in some way a good idea, that I told her I would pitch it.
Nay.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. I mean, I think she just wants her church, but like, why can't she request
I
that
don't
as a
know.
business or something? And if she's trying to get construction for her church, then you know that's another issue.
No, her the whole reason
yeah.
she brought it forward was for the protected right of confession.
See that I
which,
don't.
No, it's
Nah, I'm
yeah, I don't really understand.
God, I hear like
necessity
in my
at
brain I can
all.
hear Siobhan screaming over there.
She well, you know, You know.
Yeah, Catholic.
My priest is a therapist, so I have HIPAA. Wait, no, I don't.
No, you don't.
We don't have HIPAA. Well,
This
yeah,
not the
I told her
tangent.
I'd pitch it because it was nice she came to me. But
I don't want to tangent this too much, but this is just for like if other people ask me for the mayor's office here. If are you going to require non-profits, basically whatever that may be, like charities, unions, etc., are they going to have a business license to be legit, or are you all only intending that for people who are like for-profit product service to sell type of
there
stuff?
hasn't been a majority.
Might issue them a business license just for the purpose of tracking them.
Okay.
Maybe
so
maybe we can get a new license.
Business type thing.
Yeah, or maybe a different kind of license could be issued for this sort of thing. I think this is a great idea. 1, 2. I'm curious. Let's say Jimmy Copstabber goes and tells his ordained minister, "Hey, I stabbed a cop," and then the priest is like, "Hey, I'm your religious therapist, whatever the fuck they do at church. Here's what you should do." Maybe this person urges them to turn themselves in, or maybe they're like, "Hey, listen, like this is how you're going to make
Etta
amends."
thinks I don't
blah,
take
blah, blah.
notes, and then Siobhan is there because Mac's wife. I guess.
Where is the harm in something like this? I don't see it.
I think the harm is state recognized religions. I do agree with like the sentiment. Like if people want to confide in a religious person for guidance, I am all for that. But I think maybe the I don't want to call it the loophole, but the way to make that work within the confines of our existing law is that priest or that religious official, they just get licensed as a therapist through pillbox, and then all that stuff.
Well, I will say there is a problem.
I will say, but yeah.
For example, as Siobhan well knows, and Malton and other attorneys, the DOJ has internal policy about mandatory reporting. So if someone comes to you and says, "I'm gonna go fucking blow up City Hall," it has been long-standing that as an attorney, due to your code of ethics, you're expected to, come forward and present that. In terms of a religious figure being somehow exempt from that kind of reporting seems problematic to me, mostly because if someone has done something, most of the time, outside of like, let's say, a domestic violence scenario, or and even then they reoffend, but outside of very unique circumstances, most of the time the act isn't tied to a unique circumstance. Most of the time it's tied to symptoms, mental health, other criminal proclivities that make them likely to reoffend.
Alex literally hired
so
Etta.
You want mandatory reporting so that it doesn't happen again and or spread to other people, etc.
So I will say that's on me. The initial pitch was that they would be mandatory reporters, but then there would also be privilege on the confessional. I thought that was unnecessary because, I mean, we're not even mandatory reporters. From my understanding, there's not many mandatory reporters in the city.
Yeah, why is the bar the DOJ for this?
Well, I'm saying that I would think that it would be I don't know. I'm just thinking morally, I think it's pretty dangerous for society if people admit to someone that they're going around killing people and that person doesn't report that.
Okay, so your issue is the mandatory reporting part, not the privilege, or is just kind of both all in one? Because I thought
well, I don't think privilege should extend. Privilege, well, for example, with lawyers, privilege does not extend to "I'm going to go kill my wife."
Mm-hmm.
that doesn't.
Yeah, it's
privilege doesn't work
I
for
understand.
that.
Yeah.
Privilege only works for "I killed my wife."
Exactly. Mm-hmm. So you would want them to be mandatory?
This was appointed from the guy.
I don't know.
My understanding was that most people in the city.
This is all strictly just role playing.
Let me read in full the text.
On her. Mm-hmm.
I've been tinkering with these other charges.
Anything official with religion, I just like I said, hard nay from me. If
It-
we're wanting to talk
It's
about,
not official, man. It's not like the state's backing
it's a
one
little
religion.
official with
No,
this.
it's not. It's
the
really not.
establishment of official religions recognized by the state.
Why is
What's wrong
okay?
with
hold
that?
on,
It's
hold
not
on,
like
hold
we're
on,
backing one religion.
hold on.
People see the word
What's up,
religion, they're like,
Brian?
"Oh my god, no!
I don't want to
It can't happen like that."
I don't
Did you
want
say
people to have
Siobhan
to
wrote this?
file to believe
Yes.
in something. They could just do it.
Siobhan,
Okay, first of all, this is not how I wrote it. I wrote it differently. Crane, everything that you were saying, I had written in such a manner that you would have been on board with, as a matter
well,
of
hold
fact.
on.
I
No,
had
that's not what
mandatory
my
reporting.
question is.
Oh, okay.
Did you write the title, Siobhan?
Yep.
Mens rea.
Why does it spell out men's rape?
For fun.
God.
I literally told Sunny I thought you'd hate that. That's hilarious.
I mean, I had mandatory reporting. I thought would be required. So that was
Who
It
who
did initially
decides
have that, yeah.
upon completing an ordination program?
So I guess that's under the mayor's office, but like they're not ordained, so I don't quite. I guess it would just kind of be like a business thing.
I didn't either.
But different.
That's the point that I brought up to her. I was like, so the mayor's office would be the one responsible for choosing ministers to ordain, and I'm like, okay, so
Well, they're specifically asking Siobhan about this because she wrote this.
religion.
I think it's an intro.
I don't know why the fuck
I
Kermit's
think it's just
talking.
within the church
Well,
if you're
Kermit gotta ask the
ordained or
question,
not.
actually,
Yeah, that's
but-
all something that specific church can decide. If we're
Then
wanting
he started
to
giving his opinions, and then
protect
Crane shut that down.
confessions in a religious setting, I think a better route would just have religious therapist, whatever you want to call it, religious therapists that are
advisors
or spiritual advisors that I don't know, like Pixie can hand out those licenses or something. I don't know.
Forgive me for being cynical, but isn't this just another way to do the marriage privilege, but with less restrictions?
That was my
and we
concern.
did the marriage
yeah.
privilege.
Yeah, but we locked down like the judicial oversight and all the things that would
A
prevent
lot
the
of
abuse
money
of it.
behind it. Yeah, there's like a
Mm-hmm.
there's a lot to get to that. Whereas this is just you could pretty much claim privilege for anyone because you're ordained.
And you can only marry one person, it's like you could confess to how many spiritual advisors, and be protected, by all, none of them can tell on you.
How many snitches do you get, Nakota?
Snitches?
Yeah, people who come to you and report a crime.
Few and far between.
Knock, knock, knock.
So what does this hurt in its current incarnation then, if it is not something that commonly happens with the police
Knock,
department
knock,
anyway?
knock. Are you guys okay?
Hello. Yeah, we're good. What's up?
Okay. We got a report with somebody with a firearm.
Wait, what the fuck?
I mean, it may have just been in the building somewhere.
Hey, has anyone seen a firearm in here?
No.
Apparently not. Just got a report of it.
I'm just taking care of if you guys are good because
No,
I got a
I'm-
report of firearm inside City Hall. So, yeah. Oh.
God damn. Yeah, no, we're okay here.
Okay, okay. Good. Thank
Bobby
you.
Charles
Thank
likes to
you.
wave around a hunting rifle here, so maybe look for him.
All right, thank you.
Okay, perfect. There you go. Fuck it, I thought I'd just want to bring her in. All right, what we got?
I'm gonna be honest, I don't really fucking care about this. I just don't. I think I've never gave a shit about nonprofits or religious entities or any of that. If you want to be a fucking loser in the woods wearing a robe and pissing yourself, go for it. I don't, whatever.
There's two points of concerns. The one point is the privilege, correct?
Yeah.
I don't think it's really a huge point of concern because of the I mean, as our PD liaison said, that the frequency with which people go to them to do what we are afraid that the priest will not be able to do courtesy of privilege just rarely, if not ever, happens. One. Two, is the state recognizing where the recognized by the state with the privilege of the currently for ordained ministers grant only those as such by the state. Los Santos is a different beast, as future legislation proposed will show, I think. As such, when you look at, say, the American government and the separation of church and state and stuff, it does not necessarily apply in its entirety to our island, because our island is a deplorable den of sin that it just as our great Chief Justice has said in the past, the hundreds of years of legal precedents set behind all of the things that that were omitted from the legal and due process of Los Santos just does not apply to us. Therefore, any predispositions about separation of church and state insofar as this new process is concerned is not valid, because we do not have that same history.
I'm good with all this. Max, before you go on this speech, I want to ask you a question. What does nonprofit get you?
Nothing.
Okay. Because in the past, people have only wanted nonprofits for tax breaks and shared bank accounts and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, I don't even know how we would track that. So,
well, I would just propose we just don't issue them bank accounts.
Yeah.
Agree. I'm for that.
If they want to wear their fucking robes and talk to each other in their church or whatever, then go for it. I think we should take kind of the same policy we did with the other thing, where we basically say, all right, do what you want, but like we did with marriage, right? Like, we're recognizing this very, very narrow thing, but you're not getting anything else out of it.
Right.
And it works for me.
And this will also open the floodgate for many more people wanting to open their own churches.
That is true.
Yeah,
so
and we can tell them to go fuck themselves.
Yeah, it's the same, because remember how Crane, you were kind of like, and obviously you changed your mind, but you were like, I remember when Mr. K and Rami came down trying to get married so they could get spousal privilege and stuff and blah blah blah. Obviously you didn't marry them because you realized, hey, this guy is not at all passionate about what they are bringing forward, like Sonny Brooks, who is extremely passionate about this.
Yeah,
and has been working so hard for this. It deserves to have something that is truly representative of that particular niche within Los Santos. It should be given that chance. But if I see a motherfucking Vagos roll up and he's like, hey, Vato, I got the church on the south side, Vato, you know what I'm saying? Like, obviously I'm not going to give that guy through the process the ability to have this kind of privilege,
So I think, from my first thoughts on this is that maybe as it stands it's a little much, but what if like you said, it was essentially kind of an offshoot of business proposals that you would just handle. They'd be, I mean, not necessarily nonprofit, since they're just not getting money at all, not getting a bank account. I don't know if we need to make a impersonating a clergyman charge. That feels a little unnecessary, I guess. But if there's privilege, I suppose we'd have to make sure they don't just claim it. I don't know. Where could we land on this that we can do something with it? What issue, like Malton? What would fix this for you?
You just let people become religious therapists, or however you want to define that. Then you don't. What they could claim whatever church they want. They could claim whatever tenets they want. They could operate wherever they say their religious place operates. It's just, if you want this confessional privilege, it's still recognized by the state, but it's just through the form of a therapist's license. And
Father Tanner has been going around for years without anything like
I
this.
mean, he's a priest. Yeah. I do wonder about the necessity of it. Yeah. He has always done that. The issue with the therapy out in Malta is that that doesn't mean much, to be frank. We do not oversee therapists. We oversee it's counselors that we don't oversee. Therapists, only about 4 are going to be hired on, so they're not overseen by Pixie. They're not overseen by the hospital. Like, that doesn't actually mean anything. They're essentially just volunteers, so it doesn't really do anything. If that makes sense.
I mean, that could always be changed, but I get
It
where you're
could,
coming.
absolutely. Yeah,
I get where
yeah.
you're coming
Mhm.
from, and ultimately, whatever authority ends up issuing these, if that's the idea that people want to go with, I think is up for, it could be the mayor's office, or pillbox, or the board, or whatever, right? I just think for me that's a better route. Is if the goal of this is to give people another avenue for spiritual enlightenment through like confessions or saving their soul from this mortal plane, or whatever. I think personally that's much better accomplished just through the licensing of religious therapists that would have these confessional protections, rather than non-profit church licenses.
Okay, I can see that. Max, since that would be under you, how do you feel about that concept instead?
I don't like it. Furthermore, I think that impersonating a clergyman is a crime. As a crime is good, because there may, as soon as this comes out, there might be people who are like, I have a church too, obviously, and you know what I'm saying, and then they didn't go through the process.
It is a slippery slope, yeah.
Well, it's a slippery slope, but the thing is the mayor is the bottleneck. So there needs to be punishment for people who are trying to detract from someone who actually went through the process and got the thing approved.
Absolutely.
So I think that being a crime is perfectly fine to protect the interests of the state in the way that we are going to be overseeing this. And furthermore, in the past, I've heard tons of shit about obviously this probably isn't going to be the case anymore. It seems like the streets have been kind of serial killer free, but there have been cults in the
Thank
past.
fucking God, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like shit like that. I don't know. I think there's a lot of potential here. Sorry, my chair's a little squeaky.
You're fine.
I got a fat ass. I think there's a lot of potential here
all the fucking time,
to satisfy the needs of people in Los Santos that, as far as I'm aware, have never been represented properly. I think it is a relatively tame, hands-off, not one religion focused thing, therefore is not exclusionary in that regard. I think it is not harmful. I furthermore don't think it is damaging to the police department's ability to prosecute people, given that people do not report crimes in this way typically anyway. And as it is written now, except for the actual process that the mayor would define for them to go through, i.e., me sitting down later to do it, I think it is pretty much perfect as written. So let's vote it. I think we've all said our piece.
Nay.
Any additional nayers? The police department, Dakota.
Dakota, speak up.
Sorry, I was asking what the enforcement is going to be on this.
So it would be an official charge if we vote this in. It's $5,000 per instance of impersonating a clergyman.
I am going to abstain from this vote.
All right. Philippa?
I'm kind of torn. Sunny is really optimistic about it, don't get me wrong. And she's great. But I do not personally
Starting
see
to glaze a little. It's been 2.5 hours without a break.
Of this. But at the same, I'm kind of going back and forth with myself. At the same time, this would be under you, and if you are interested in overseeing this, then I mean,
I am.
I'm not the one doing it, so.
I worry about like how widespread this is going to become, who the ordained ministers are going to be. I
mean, in theory, that would be up to the church once their license was approved, or their recognition was achieved, rather.
So it seems like anyone who wants to be ordained as a minister would have to go for the mayor's office. It's not decided by the church. It would be each individual minister. So that's good.
That's the check, right?
Yes. Mm-hmm. They can't just add random people to their
Correct.
list.
And we
It's
have
kind
an
of
agreement that the impersonation of a clergyman is a thing that we want to put forward as well.
absolutely. If this were to go forward,
Admittedly, if we are allowing any amount of privilege, we kind of have to check that, right?
Now,
But at the same time, if there's just a way to verify that they're a
GG's too
minister,
busy doing
then I
are we
mean,
whatever the fuck he's
requiring
doing.
mandatory reporting?
Not doing anything. He
no,
Because there
not
was
as
back
written.
and forth. Not okay.
Juno. Oh wait, hold on, I forgot to vote. Yeah, I'm for this. Yeah.
You gotta come back. I'm writing the other vehicle shit. Just do me last.
So
Okay.
it's 1-1-1 currently, basically. Oh,
Yep. Philippa, what was your vote?
wow, this is. I was still going back and forth.
Max a
But
yes?
at the end of the day, if you want to oversee it, it's something
Did I
that
just
some
miss-
people are interested
God
in.
damn
Even
it.
if it is not used much,
You said that
fuck it.
one-
I'll go yay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Juno?
I'm gonna go yay. I mean, we try it out. I mean,
I think Max
Yeah,
was a
we
yes.
another
hear
thing that
what the
could be
public says, and I mean, the worst possible
Wait, no,
outcome.
god
to
damn it!
this is
I
we
missed Cantor's
gotta
answer
lay the date
as
if
I
it
was
doesn't
asking
go the
that.
way that.
Oh, fucking god damn it!
But before we continue as well, I could throw a line in there about the council or the mayor having the ability to dissolve these things if they turn into like these corrupted hotbeds.
Hell yeah,
of,
good. Yes,
like
absolutely.
just completely
That's good.
destroy
That's
them if they
That's
seem to be getting
exactly
used.
where I was
think
going
Cantor
with
was a
that. Yeah, that's
yes.
exactly
good
where I was
change.
going.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
If we do
We
that,
bring
then I
this
would
stuff.
be-
We bring this stuff forward, and we can easily take it away. It shouldn't be all that difficult if we in unison agree or the majority agree.
Yeah, if
Okay,
he's been
fuck
on
yeah.
the fence for
That's fine
too
with me
fucking
then.
long.
Just shut them down if they're being dumb. Easy. Yeah, if anyone else has thoughts, if there's like something they have an issue
Taking
with, oh my
candy
god, I'm
away
so
from
sorry.
a baby and watching
This
him
is,
fucking
it's the time.
cry.
But I got no issues with any other part of it if we're going to vote yes for it. Oh my gosh, I'm having
So I wrote, should the mayor's office believe that these organizations be utilized primarily for purposes of crime or subversion of the state, the mayor's office reserves the right to dissolve these organizations without question.
Yeah, that helps a lot.
Okay.
Michael?
Aye, Captain.
Fuck it, yeah. Some people might really like this, and for the people that don't, it won't affect them. That's kind of what I landed on at the end.
Like you said, Sunny really feels passionate about this. I do want to give her the shot, I guess. And
Yeah,
then
same.
given the changes that we've made, I think that kind of puts some of my worries at ease. So I'm willing to give it a shot. Yay.
All right. Crane?
It is my belief that it's not my place to decide this. I think that if Max wanted to, he could just issue businesses licenses to these places anyway and make them legitimate through that avenue. I really don't care about what people do in their silly fucking robes and their sky fairies. So at the end of the day, I abstain. Don't care.
Wow.
So
Abstaining.
five
This is a big
pass,
one.
2 abstain, one
Yeah.
nay.
Who was the nay?
Me.
Oh, right. Okay. Well, this passes. I will for the sake of transparency, I will in the future write out the precise process that is required by this mayor's office for this to become a thing for people. I will be doing it fairly. I will be doing it in a way that will prevent potential abuse, because I think that kind of detracts from the whole spirit of this particular act. I'm not interested in allowing loopholes for people to abuse this.
Hell yeah. Okay, perfect.
I think you guys will see that. It'll be fully transparent.
Oh yeah, no, I believe you completely. I'm not too worried.
Okay.
Yeah, if you're overseeing it, I like it.
Okay. Break, gentlemen, ladies.
Okay,
that's I need time to write this vehicle
yeah.
shit, please.
All right.
All right.
Max, you need to call your son.
Does anybody have food?
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm fucking starting
we got
decay over
panicking
here.
downstairs now.
Vending machine in the waiting room downstairs.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hi.
fine.
I gotta go pee in me office.
Have fun.
Thanks.
Crumbled. That's all right. It was just one meteorite bar and a couple of bottles of water.
You can just run downstairs.
Yeah.
Also, I don't know if you saw. If we buy a vehicle, somebody's gonna buy it under their name, and then we'll just have it transferred to the state.
I did see that. I'm sorry that I didn't.
Yes. No, you're good. You're good. I'm just letting.
I didn't want to take
you
a chance and wake you up, so. Okay.
You're good.
Yeah. We can get that sorted.
All right.
pretty
Do
quick.
people know?
No, we can bring that up.
Okay.
Especially if we start like having to, step out of here and go on
Yep.
little field trips and things like that.
I hope it won't be a thing too often.
Yeah,
but-
that's when I got robbed at Knife Point, it was literally I was going from the hospital to the clothing store right across the street.
Oh yeah.
And the guy told me that people like me have no business walking around in the South Side unchecked.
Oh, that guy.
Yep. And I was like, I'm literally coming from the hospital to change my clothes. And he said, that's not my problem. I was like, okay, bud. Sure.
Yeah. I forgot what the one that's called. There's the 8-seater one that we might want to invest in as well.
An 8-seater?
Yeah.
How much does that cost?
Only like 30,000, I think.
Really? Nice.
I forgot what it's called. I know. Oh wait, actually, I can check. I can look up Reggie's profile. He has it.
Oh, there you go.
It's the Granger.
Oh,
yeah, it's
okay,
a 4-seater,
so-
but it has 4 like
Yeah.
on the
I
side.
don't know if
but
we're gonna be able to hang off the sides like that. It's not really conducive to.
Dakota, I'm sure that's fine, right? That's not gonna get us any sort of fines or anything. Nah, surely.
I would argue, if I was a lawyer, it's not reckless if you're under the speed limit.
That's fair.
I would also argue that we don't regulate the people that hang off of sanitation trucks. So
Yeah, that's true.
True. Very true.
That means we can in theory have 4 people and then security. You can have your private security.
Are the Grangers in stock yet? Is that how this conversation started?
There was, and I don't know if there's more.
They were super cheap when I saw them before, so if that price stayed the same, they probably got bought out instantly.
So
yeah, probably.
we have a shared garage now that we all have access to as council members. And so we were discussing purchasing a
Where is
vehicle
it?
for us to share. It's in the parking lot out front.
Yeah, the big parking lot.
You rented the Davis PD parking lot, or is there a separate one?
No, there's a separate one.
Yeah.
It's on the same side, but just like right next to like the front. If you go like if you walk out the front
Yes,
steps,
it is
go
what
to the
happened.
right, down the steps, and then
Gotcha.
like, to the to the left there, that parking lot. But yeah, that's the council vehicle that we were discussing, so that we can all use for whatever reason.
Correct.
Oh boy.
What's up?
No, I'm a worry wart. That's all.
I'm worried I'm gonna get stabbed by the fashion police.
Yeah, well,
I don't know. I don't think think it's fucking unreasonable.
I literally watched a woman in stilettos and a mini skirt and a G6 shirt come
I've seen
in, complain about how her record with assault and battery and attempted murder of a government employee she shouldn't be considered a felon.
Attempted murder of a
That was a
government
good day.
employee
That was
shouldn't be
that was a
considered
really
a
good
felony.
day.
Isn't she still working?
What?
She said.
No,
She said.
she's not anymore.
She was saying, I apologize, so I shouldn't be considered a felon.
That's crazy.
Yeah, Alex was witness to that too.
Yeah,
We
I
were
don't think
literally
that's how
just
that
sat there at
works.
the front desk going, "What the hell?"
It's crazy. Oh, we had our second firing for felonies. That was Sis, to no one's surprise.
Sis.
He didn't really work much anyway. He seemed so interested in being a doctor at first, like he had to get custom made scrubs and everything for his big abs and all that. But
yeah,
he just didn't.
Who's
So
your first firing?
Pascal Dubois.
Oh,
I don't
I
even know
met
who
him
that
today.
is.
Hey, Philippa,
He
mention their name.
was such an idiot. What was that?
Mention the other name. They got brought up with Sis.
The other one's Julio, but he's appealing.
No,
I know he was genuinely one of our best doctors,
Julio
so we're
actually
forcing him to
works.
appeal.
always
Yeah.
there. I know, and he's such a good doctor.
Sis isn't a huge loss. He wasn't working, but Julio actually is amazing. Oh, we didn't even let Sis know in person. I called Julio and told Julio to let Sis know he was fired.
I was in the room with him. Sis was like, "I'm getting third party fired right now. I need a
Yes,
phone
yes,
call." And
he
he was like
was.
freaking out
Be
about it.
fashion police.
I mean, that's just
Or he
hospital
doesn't like the
policy,
idea of
right? You
fashion
could
police.
line item exception Julio if you really wanted to, couldn't you?
Yeah.
I
We
literally
could,
just like congratulated him and told him I was proud of him for how
I
mean, it's a bad
know.
precedent, but you could do
It
it.
is a bad precedent.
Yeah.
It's the issue. So our rule is no violent crime, no violent felonies or drug related felonies. Is it? So we're already more flexible
So
than
they
some
can
places.
have felonies, just not violent ones.
Yes.
Okay.
Or drug related.
What was his
Or
violent
drug.
felony?
The issue is the whole kidnapping and robbery is kind of inherently violent. You're like holding a weapon to someone.
They have a weapons involved. It's
Yeah,
violent.
yeah, it's a little
Yeah.
bit violent. So it's don't get me wrong, I would love to make an exception for him, but that's a big exception, you know. It's a big
Was that the crime he
exception.
got caught for? Was robbery?
It was robbing the laundromat apparently.
Oh.
Yeah.
Excuse me?
Damn.
Man, just
That's
want
crazy.
coins for the arcade, man.
People are going for quarters now. What the
Listen,
I
man.
guess. Fuck, I don't
Listen,
know.
all right.
Oh, is that what they're taking?
I mean, what else is there?
He also told me a great story about how he allegedly, because he's still trying to appeal and everything. So this is all very alleged. But hypothetically, he might have imagined
I don't even know what I
that
just
when he
read.
was trying to grab a hostage, the person said, "Fuck this, I'm going to bed," and ran away from him. So he hypothetically, allegedly, chased them up 6 flights of stairs, and allegedly stabbed them.
Come on, that
the
needs
guy
to be
goes,
excusable. Come on.
yeah, exactly. Then the guy goes, "I told you I was going to bed." Just crazy. So that's a funny story. He was had to share that one. He also said then later, that allegedly someone said, "What happened to that guy who was going to bed?" And he said, "I took him to bed." So
Nice.
that was
Hell
pretty
yeah.
good. That was pretty good.
No.
Yeah. So he had a hell of a day. It sounds like. But yeah, probably he's appealing. We'll see how it goes.
You can't.
Oh, I'm not holding that against him.
Okay.
That's
Okay,
fine.
good. I was about to say.
It's that I understand, but no, it's the actual charges he's been support with. So
Wait, was he not charged for stabbing the guy?
well, that's all alleged.
I'm curious
but
about that
I'm
one.
also I don't think anyone arrested him for it. So oh, apparently also I actually did talk to Pascal today. Apparently, the life of a criminal is depressing. He sounded He kept being like, "I'm coming back," because I can't do this anymore. I'm turning it around. It's a bit late there, buddy, but
apparently when people are fired, they can't use the MDT altogether.
Oh my god! Wait, really? Oh yeah, that's
that-
they're like access is removed and they might have some issue. Yeah, I saw something about that.
I was talking to the MDT
noticed-
guy, and he said that it has less permissions than the default user.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, I saw
So
that. It was
they are totally
confused about what
fucked right
that
now.
was. That's so crazy.
But
And
it will
obviously he
be
can't work
fixed.
G6 anymore, so poor guy was just doing grime and did not seem happy about it.
What was the vote outcome on the religion stuff?
5 for
No,
2 abstained, 1 against.
Malta was a no.
abstained.
Nakota and you abstained, and then everybody else was a yes.
We return.
Hello.
Religion passed.
What's next?
Those were my 2 things. I'm still ironing out my patient privacy stuff. It'll be so simple. It's essentially only to protect information going on the docket. I don't want people getting arrested for like just saying someone's medical information. So that shit gets dumb fast. So that'll be simple when it comes. I'm just ironing it out.
I don't know if there was anything specific, but I think you told me, Dakota, that like weights and were something that you all could be on the lookout for as police. Do we need to like discuss regulations for
There's
like,
problems with that right now.
Yeah, I figured that's why.
I got some feedback
okay, so
that right now, because I had some officers go out and test it. Apparently, I went to the meetings and asked everybody to do it. The feedback I got is that apparently right now there are problems where the truck general cargo readout is declaring, for example, like the sticker on the side of the truck says this truck is rated to carry 1,000 kilos, for example. But apparently one contract could be like 1,200 kilos.
I mean,
so
I hear it's a takeaway that we could just
problems
revisit
with
next
compliance.
week. Like it's
yeah,
still,
I gotta talk to the people who run the trucking industry and figure out what the hell's going on.
Never mind on those.
That was gonna be something I was gonna bring up in terms of charges, but yeah.
It's almost as I said, all of these buildings were state-owned earlier today, and nobody wanted to listen to me about that. Everybody was saying,
yeah, there's still. I'm going through right now and tagging everything that we've discussed. Max has the standardized time uniformity, the marriage registry. Did we approve DRIP and VDM?
We approved DRIP, and VDM is getting like it was approved, but it's not like in
a very
this
modified
form.
Rewritten? Do you want me to
Did DRIP
rewrite
get
it?
rewritten, or is DRIP just as is? What's the deal?
DRIP was as is, and it can be figured out in court. Was what we
Okay,
decided.
and we all voted for that one.
Yeah.
Yes.
DRIP
I
was
abstained.
7 to 1.
I abstained from DRIP.
Yeah, Malton was a no.
Oh, okay.
Or not abstained. And VDM was voted on and unanimously approved.
Do not
as
unlock that door.
No, do not.
Oh.
It was unanimously approved as bringing
Leave.
back the unroadworthy vehicle charge.
Okay, so
Leave.
Michael, why don't you take it on your responsibility to rewrite that one for the charge?
The VDM one?
Yeah.
Yes, I will do that.
Okay.
I don't know. It's almost as I know shit that's actually going on instead of the viewers. It's crazy, dude.
So looking at what I've worked through, and I've tracked the votes on them too. The outstanding that are in the city council documents are the unresolved from the last meeting, which Max has already stated we should do at the end. So the three things we have on our plate are standardized time uniformity, marriage registry, and Parks and Rec. So Max, looks like you're up.
Okay.
Hold on, I'm trying very hard to sit in my seat right now.
You're doing great. We believe in you.
It's hard.
It is. I get it.
Okay. Time to clear up some nonsense that's been the case for as long as I have been in Los Santos. The discrepancy in time, insofar as like how a police officer will charge somebody, they'll say 30 months, but they go to Bolingbrook for 30 minutes. It has been a strange and pathetic attempt to kind of emulate what transpires in other places in the world. It has been completely ridiculous at points, with people claiming to have been in prison for hundreds of years, despite being 20 years old, because they weren't actually in prison for 20 or 200 years. They were in prison for 200 days.
My cousin is 116 years old.
Yeah, but they're not, though. You know what I'm saying? you know what
Oh
I'm saying?
yeah. Oh yeah.
I wrote a document. It's kind of far down the list right now. That is, I wrote my thoughts out pretty well. If you guys want to take a minute to read it, if you haven't read it yet. Anyone not read this yet?
I have read it. Yes.
I read it last night.
I did read it days ago.
What do you think, Dakota? Because you're a cop, so you're sending someone up to Bolingbrook, telling them they're going to be there for 20 months, but that in 20 minutes or whatever they're going to be back out on the street, right?
You want me to be honest?
Please do.
I don't know how I'm supposed to feel about this.
Yeah.
Why?
That's
Well,
that was my thoughts initially.
So I wrote, punitive times have largely been exaggerated for little purpose beyond adding an artificial sense of severity to a crime that does not truly represent the length of time truly spent in prison. Only in instances of penal punishment do the people of Los Santos refer to days as years and minutes as months. The purpose of this document is to establish and bring into line punitive times with times recognized as standard by the populace at large. So why play pretend as a police officer when everyone else isn't? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I
again,
think-
I'm not disagreeing with you, but I'm also not agreeing because it's sort of
I think time is relative. And I cannot imagine a world in which someone ever saying they spent 7 minutes in prison is less weird.
No, this is
me?
our world. This is our city. You know what I'm saying? Like, I didn't imagine a world in which there's a guy who ran for mayor 6 times and he's never gotten more than 10 votes and he keeps doing it. You know what I'm saying? Both are weird. However, one is less weird.
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. It's a balance there. So I was trying to like spitball how I felt about this. I don't know if I'm even for this change, but just as a potential concept so people can discuss, instead of minutes and days, maybe we could find a middle ground to like, days and months or something instead of months and then years. So downgrades. I'm trying to make this make sense.
No, I get what you're saying. I think for the sake of transparency, it's important to. Well, the average person is stupid. That's just the way that it is, and I also entertain the possibility of coming up with different terminology to describe this. I think it would create a lot of confusion.
Yeah, people would have to relearn.
Right.
Yeah, it's kind of keep it as is or do it this. Yeah, I get you. Okay. Yeah. What you got?
Well, no. So, as an individual, I'm on like the abstain sign. Like, I don't give a fuck. Minutes, months, tomato, rose by any other name. Like, I don't give a shit about any of that. However, as head of bar, my position is that if people are stupid, as we've kind of said now and again, and they think that they're looking at months or years, that creates a sense of urgency.
This has been something that's been ongoing since 2016, dude. I don't
get
fucking...
a bench trial, et cetera, et cetera. Whereas if they're looking at 10 minutes in jail, that may encourage the let's get this over with type of mentality.
I can see that.
They already do that.
You know, there's also it just gets complicated, but there's also the fact that, you know, like, you know, our minutes, if you look at your phone here, every minute's passing pretty fucking fast. Like, you know, time is very relative here. Like, very. So why can't it be with that?
Yeah, I think ultimately, I've said my personal piece. I think this change would affect the police most in their sentencing and procedures. So I'd like to hear what Nakota's like actual like unbiased opinion is on it, like one way or the other. But as far as like naming conventions,
this is a surprisingly big deal.
Give a shit either way.
Nakota?
Like, this has been a thing since Arma, dude. Like,
I'm going to abstain again.
Okay. I think the intention of this is pretty clear. I think it's important that we stop kidding ourselves about this. I think it makes more sense for the place that we live. And I think I'm going to put it to a vote. Yay. Nakota and Malton are abstain. Philippa.
I can't wrap my head around the minutes thing. I think I'm gonna go nay. I'm sorry, I wasn't quite convinced.
Crane.
Crane.
I missed.
Yeah, I'm trying to wrap my head around.
Yeah.
What is there to wrap your head around, guys? You are sending them to prison for minutes. Minutes.
Sir, okay.
Whose idea was this to begin with the months and the years bullshit? It's never been that way, ever. Ever.
I think that it... Okay.
I'm 1,000 years old. I'm fucking Dracula.
Congratulations, you look
according
great.
to the police department, I am a Dracula.
Yeah. Very spry, considering. Impressive.
Crane.
Yeah, I don't even know how to approach this conversation. I'm abstaining.
Juno.
Yeah, I tried.
Yay. Fuck it. I get it.
Michael?
I'm abstaining.
I don't think that's crazy.
I'm gonna make a comment and just say that I think that there's a lot of things that we discuss in here where we're trying to do what makes sense for us in the world we live in.
That's right.
But I think that this is coming from a place of
beyond us
telling other people how they should experience time. And I don't think that's our role. So I'm abstaining.
No one gets to say, hey, I live in a time-dilated plane of existence. No one gets to experience time differently. No, they don't. Everyone is the same, moving at the same pace through time. That is how time works.
Yeah, and again, I
Can I just say one thing? I don't know if this is going to make a difference at all, but I was shot in the head a couple weeks ago.
Sure.
And then I woke back up in the hospital after getting medical care.
Wait, hold on. Were you shot in the head a couple of weeks ago or a couple of years ago?
A couple weeks ago.
What? Well, how many days ago was it?
I hate this. I get where you're coming from. I do get it, but I cannot. There's no way I can wrap my head around all. Like, look through our charges and like, I don't know, fucking attempt to murder a government employee or something. Congratulations, 45 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what? Your alternative is to To what? To lie to them? Because they're not going to be up there for 45 months.
I think we live in a very complex society.
No, we don't. It's not that complex. Man,
Oh,
okay. Counterpoint. Let's say
Yeah.
let's obviously we don't adhere to legislation in America. Okay.
Of course. Mhm.
How much time does someone get for murdering someone in America?
That depends where you live.
Usually life in prison.
Life in prison. Life in prison.
Why don't we hold off on voting for this week and maybe give it a little bit more
I want to
thought and
vote
push
on
it to
this
next week?
I want to vote on this now because it's clear cut. It's simple. It plugs a fucking stupid, i.e., the name loophole in the system that people have been parading around as being something that is relevant, despite, as proven by Nakota just now, saying that he was out for weeks. When it should be, by definition, in accordance to the way that the police department has been enforcing the law, it should have been years. Years. Why don't we just all get on the same page?
I think a vote
Because
has
the
started.
thing is, we are all on the same page, and everyone's on the different page to what you're trying to change it to. You know, that's what I'm saying. Like, why are we forcing people to change what's already pre-established?
This council is an exercise in future proofing. By that logic, we need to be open to making radical change. Otherwise, we fall into the same pitfalls that happened to the last government. Eventually, there are going to be people who come in from the federal government who are like, all right, guys, listen up. You know, clearly this council thing's not working out because you guys just can't get your thumbs out of your ass and try something new. We're fighting ghosts.
We've done new things every single time so far. I don't know about that.
Okay, the current wording and sentencing, isn't that put in place to, I guess, denote the severity of the charges?
That was my
so
understanding.
They would make more
right.
sense logically, but in
I think a vote has already been called. I don't think we should keep discussing this further. But to that point, I would argue that under our new system, the felony is what's more severe now, not the time. I think ultimately we've had, I think, 3 abstain so far. I think people should vote how they feel because I think it is pretty straightforward one way or the other. And if this has to be the first thing overturned by the feds, then so be it. But a vote has been called. I think a vote should be finished.
I think
Michael,
we should get to speak through things if we have concerns before.
I do agree that all discussion should be done before a vote is called. But once a vote is started, I think discussion should stop. But that's a procedural thing.
I wasn't done there, but yeah, sure. What you got, Michael?
Oh, Jesus, what do I got? Is it gonna? And this is I don't know if I can ask Crane this. Is it gonna cause issues internally at all?
I mean, I have to change every fucking charge to say minutes instead of months.
I volunteered to go through every single one of those charges. If you give me the ability and power to do so, I would be glad to do it.
All right, so I think everyone agrees with you, Max. I will say yay if we can get it pushed through and make people stick to it.
Good. No more time dilation. Everyone is moving through time at the same pace. Everything is good now. The universe is in balance.
What is Edo's vote for the record keeping?
I abstained.
Oh, okay.
That's
Everybody
crazy.
abstained except for 2 people who voted yay, and then 1 nay.
No,
3 people.
Yeah,
3 people. 3 people voted yay.
Max, myself, and Michael.
Okay, so it was 4 abstained, 1 nay, 3 yays.
Yes.
Good. I'm glad to see that this particular discussion did not take more than 60 months to go over.
Oh
Next.
my god.
Hey, fair enough. All right, what's next?
I actually don't know what's next.
The registry?
Which registry?
The marriage registry? Or is that just like is that there for note-taking purposes only?
That's there for people to track new marriages and stuff. So whenever someone gets married, like a judge will pop in here and be like, "Hey, you know."
Oh, okay. Perfect.
Yeah.
That should probably be moved over to DOJ stuff
Yeah,
because
we
I don't
just
think they can
convert
see
that to a DOJ doc so the judges can see it.
Okay. Is that possible to move a document like that?
Somebody will just have to make a new document.
Just make a new document, copy paste. You know.
Yeah, it's pretty small right now. So
yeah.
We have the Parks and Recs from Juno.
Oh, that's just moreover from my note. It's very early on. It was just an idea within the mayor's office as a like hand in hand sort of. Well, I say hand in hand, but like a department itself.
Okay.
It's just ideas right now rather than anything solid. So give me one moment.
Did you want to wait to go over this?
I mean, I could give a brief TLDR and gauge what you guys think of it.
Hold on, I got one question.
It basically was a vote that went nowhere.
What are we doing about the phones?
What phones?
Yeah, I was just thinking
Open up your
about
phone.
that.
Yeah, I was gonna say that
Look
too.
at the minutes roll by.
That's what I was saying. That's the argument
Yeah,
I made. Is that time is very distorted.
Who gives it? No one uses that as a metric for judging how much time they're spending in the city, man.
Well,
no one does that.
We use.
I know some bail officers who have used that in the past, but
That was my argument. Is
Okay, all right. So how many hours are in the day then? How many hours in the day then, according to our phone?
We're gonna have to sit here and find out.
I don't know.
Because apparently there's like 80 hours.
It's about 10 seconds for every 2 minutes in city.
Mm-hmm. So multiply that. What fucking dumbass bail officer was using this shit? No one uses
for
this.
autopsies as well. We call out the time of death, local time.
Why?
It because it's the one thing that we're all on.
That we use UTC, do we not, Crane?
That's a Nick Simone thing. I refuse. That's Nick Simone.
Yeah, that's an IT likes to use.
Yeah, that's the MDT thing.
The MDT has a GMT timer. It is localized.
Yeah, GMT.
Oh
is
yeah, it's got
UTC.
GMT. Yeah.
GMT is UTC.
Can anyone check if that time in the MDT right now is current to?
It is current right now.
The MDT is different than the phone.
Yes.
Fuck the
which
phone.
is why things are,
Fuck the phone.
Things are a bit different.
I mean, you would just say in
areas of the city.
law that passed like time per like what states in the MDT or some bullshit. I don't know.
Well, what I mean is, Max, are you seeking to have the phone reprogrammed?
No, because no one uses it. It doesn't even need to be that way. No one is checking their time like that, man.
It dictates, if it's light or
Okay,
dark
but I thought
outside,
the whole-
it can change
okay, never mind.
whether or not you can do. Yeah, I get what you're going
The whole
for.
make time makes sense.
Yes. So we should stay consistent if we're trying to make it make sense everywhere, I guess is what he's saying. Like, why? I don't know. Why, if you go to prison for, I don't know, an hour, like, it was nighttime twice in that, like things like that.
Yeah, it is weird, huh?
It is. Yeah.
So, Juno, about the Parks and Recs thing, are you planning on presenting it today?
No. I don't mind gauging people's opinions of it by giving a brief TLDR or just holding off until next week. It's pretty bare bones at the moment. I also don't think it needs to be anything too detailed. I think it being quite, simple and bare bone is absolutely fine.
Okay. I have a proposal to amend the expungement process to make it cheaper for now, to go up later. I think 500,000 is a bit too much of an ask. I don't think that's enough.
Expungement.
I think it's too much for one person to realistically and feasibly achieve in a short amount, or not a short amount of time, like a reasonable amount of time. You know what I'm saying? So I want to lower it. I was thinking 150 or 100,000 for the first one. I want the second expungement and the third expungement to stay the same, because at that point, you know, they better work for a second or a third chance or a fourth chance or whatever. What are your guys' thoughts on first lowering the first expungement to 150,000 for now?
Are you thinking of I don't want to say like baked into the legislation, but do you want it to automatically go back up after a certain amount of time, or is that just for like a future consideration to up it again?
I would be for having the ability for it at a certain date to go back up to 500,000. If we want to pick out a certain date right now.
Dakota, you have your hand raised.
Yeah, I would if we're gonna roll it back to 150, I would be okay with that, but I would also like to add in that every crime that they're having expunged from their record, I believe the monetary value of that should also be included on top of the 150,000.
We never had that initially when it used to be like that.
That's an interesting change, actually.
Do you just want to change it for only the first one, or change
Yeah,
it
we
for
did.
we did?
Sorry. For this legislation, sorry.
Yeah, for
In the
this
past
one,
two,
yeah. For this one, it was
what
just a flat cost. Do we want to make it that as well?
What would be the second if we're gonna adjust it for the first, Max?
I'm talking specifically about adjusting the first expungement.
I wrote something up in the amendment. If you guys
I see that. So I like that. I like a 100K more if we for the first one, if we're going to take into account the what was it? It was 20% of all felony charges or whatever in the old days or whatever.
What's the report where this amendment?
It's 1612.
I mean, I'm not considering how expensive we're making it. I'm not against not having it be percentage of crimes, because then the judges don't got to do all the math. That just takes the burden off them. But
I'm
if
not a
you
fan of
would like
judges
to
doing math.
argue, that's fair enough. If you would like to
Yeah.
argue that it should be more because we wouldn't do that in Dakota, obviously, you know.
Peace. All right.
What if we make it a range? Like let's say like 75 to 125, and it's like, you know, judicial discretion what they want to charge in line with like the rest of the expungement process. You know, if they have a lot of felonies on their record, you know, they got to pay a little bit more for that first time around. If they only got, you know, one, they get that base 75K.
I like that. Crane, what do you think? Were you listening?
Yeah, it's
Like that mulligan first thing could be if you have X amount of felonies or less type thing, or it's not an option anymore.
I still like it. It kind of goes for. I like the idea of like dropping it temporarily, but you know, just making it a range that the judges can decide.
If we feel it's too high, why are we just dropping it temporarily?
More people are accumulating more money over time.
Yeah, they'll have the cash eventually. I can see that.
But the Crane suggestion here is actually not dropping it temporarily. It's adding essentially a mulligan, something before the first $500,000 that people, adding another layer of protection for people who may have made one mistake and do not have the time to work for that much amount of money, right?
So do y'all like my idea of that one would only be like, say, 3 felonies or less?
I would
not
not.
an
I'd
option
more if that's meant to be the mulligan because I made a mistake, one incident.
Correct.
Well, no, wait. Why don't we just do it so the mulligan is only for offenses on your record prior to the enactment of the amendment? So, because what happened is people committed felonies, and then we put in the expungement process, and they're like, "Holy fuck, I can't make 500 grand. I'm screwed." So we say, okay, if your felonies are from before this amendment date, 2/17/24, it's only 100 grand. But if you go out now knowing that it's 500 grand and you commit felonies, well, that's just on you.
I love that.
I like that.
Love that.
Yeah, that's
I'm down
good.
with that.
So
I'm in favor of
you're
agency.
changing the
So
parentheses to only applies to felonies before today.
yeah, because I want people to have agency in their decisions, and I think in fairness, we made the expungement process after they had already made those bad decisions. So
I agree with all that.
The people of Los Santos, thank you for your wisdom.
Yeah, I like that.
I think that's I don't think we need any additional restrictions on that mulligan one.
No, I think that's fair. If we're doing this, we don't need more restrictions. That's fine with me.
Okay,
Sick.
so we call it. It shouldn't be called mulligan. What are we gonna call it? One-time forgiveness.
Sure. Yeah.
Sure.
Wait, so is this going to be the mulligan applies to people before we originally enacted the
amendment?
expungement?
The amendment.
So
yeah.
right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's more than fair. If
This
people are
way,
still
anyone
upset
that
about it, that'd be
commits
crazy.
anything after this is announced, full fair, that it's gonna be $500,000.
Yeah. Then it's just on them. So fair enough.
Yep.
We're gonna make it. We're gonna make a lot of money on this. I think.
I agree.
That's true. I like that.
Cool. Any nays insofar as this amendment is concerned? The amendment passes to the expungement process on 2/17/24. Excellent.
What do we do with Parks and Rec?
I think Juno wants to take more time for it, right?
She's cooking on it.
Sorry,
Yeah, I'm
I was
cooking on it.
distracted.
It's honestly, it doesn't like I said, it's probably still gonna be something super simple by the time I'm finished with it, rather than anything super detailed or thorough.
Marriage registry is just a back-end thing. It's going to create that for DOJ docs. Michael is rewriting the mandate.
The what mandate?
VDM.
I am almost done with it. So if you want to give it a read and see if that is simplified enough, I'm just adding one last bit to it.
I'm just tagging everything so I know what's what.
I have something else that's not written. I have it in my notes. Okay, let me explain this problem to you guys. All right. People work for Group 6. They spend money on a truck. They catch a felony down the line. They still technically have that truck in their name, but they can't pull it out because they can't work at Group 6 anymore. I was thinking of a process for these people to sell back that vehicle, maybe at like 50% of what they paid for it, and to have some sort of back end ability for them to do that. They can't pull it out.
I think that the mulligan covers that, and I think that shouldn't be rebated for decisions.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with the way that the mulligan turned out. So I think that, you know.
This is I have a specific question from Dakota. I mean, if they were wanting to sell the vehicle, if that's something we were even okay, couldn't they do that with PD assistance technically?
To be fair, that I've been approached about this several times because Pete correctly has kicked the judges, and much like people that have died or people that are no longer for various reasons, we step in.
Crane,
Convince
cough
the
drop,
system.
cough drop, cough drop.
Yeah.
Oh, I assumed that was from the smoking.
It wasn't
Hello.
bad at first.
Hi.
It's still there.
Hello.
That's still pretty rough.
It wasn't bad at first, and then it got progressively worse. Okay, well.
Oh, Kermie.
I'm okay, guys.
Oh no. He talked all about getting us food, and then didn't even feed himself.
He was playing video games. I saw it.
They're coming.
That's even worse than like dragon. That's like what the fuck? That's even worse than leaving me in there.
What do you mean? What am I supposed to
I could have been listening to T. Why? Now I gotta wait outside and listen to nothing. What the hell?
If you had paid attention to your blood sugar, you wouldn't be in this mess.
What the fuck? That's toxic.
Well,
You
Be
deserve it. You were
better.
playing video games, bitch.
Be
No, I
better.
wasn't.
Stop coloring.
Oh my god. It's
All right.
crazy.
There was a very important discussion about minutes equaling months or vice versa, and he was playing video games the entire time. I saw it on my tablet.
Oh
Got the
yeah,
notification.
it's crazy.
Hmm.
I can't believe you didn't take very thorough notes on that.
Hmm.
Can you all hear me?
Yeah.
It was it's not
Good
bad.
enough.
Go for it. Yeah.
Hmm.
Oh. Hey, I forgot to eat.
I'm not gonna pull out cards for people because
I'm fine.
they're banned from working from somewhere. If they take advantage of the book, then
Oh,
fine.
it's gone again. I can't hear you.
I
Say it
think
loud.
I think the gist is he's saying is the judiciary won't be facilitating, like they don't pull cars out just to facilitate a sale.
God, you could tell that? Okay.
Look,
Okay,
man,
good
he's been
shit.
smoking for fucking years. Okay, I've had to deal with this for a
No,
while.
it's okay. It's okay. Keep translate for me. Okay.
Yeah.
And a little bottle of water, okay?
All right, great. The VDM one should be done, I think.
On my shoulder
So if
here.
you want to mark it, or if you want to read it over,
To your feet. Gotta remember to eat.
I get you just
Hell
fine. It's
yeah.
just everyone else. Yeah, I
You
guess.
can?
Yeah, I can understand him kind of. Just you.
Maybe I just gotta.
That's where I'm
I
at.
just
I
gotta
kind of
think
understand
really
that.
clearly about it. Yeah.
I hang out with Reggie a lot. Okay.
And then here's
Oh, you know what? That makes sense. Yeah, that's fine.
I gotta go find the vending machines. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. Oh God, where's the waiting room?
1, 2, 3, 4,
So I mean, with that being said, Max, sorry, you brought this up currently. So are you wanting to system, or do you want them to go through like the Mulligan process?
So this wasn't even something I drafted up formally. It was I kind of threw it in my notes. The Crane's idea for this particular amendment to the expungement process is so good that I don't think we need to give them the ability to sell like that.
Okay.
Yeah, because what that's essentially saying is, hey, I don't want to pay for the expungement to continue working at Group 6. I just want to sell my trucks and continue doing
cash
crime.
out.
Yeah. So
fair point.
I'm glad that the amendment to expungements as is now went through the way that it did, because it encourages people to rehabilitate and stay on the straight and narrow, which is perfect.
It's still enough that it won't be easily
no pending taxes.
Let's see here. I got some other notes. Oh, Edda. This is, I just want everyone to hear this. How do you feel about the state funding events so long as they are they are required to provide full receipts for everything that they purchase, and giving them a small stipend, very small, for actually organizing and running these things?
For events open to all in the city, I am 100% for it, as long as it's not too, of course,
Yeah, I don't want them to squeeze us for money. You know what I'm saying? But I want them to be yeah, I want them to be rewarded somewhat for their effort, right? So you know I'm thinking, like, literally, like, maybe like, I don't know, $3,000 to $5,000 for a guy that puts in a lot of time and effort into like organizing something. I want to draft up a process for people to present to you. I guess we can work on that together. And I don't think it needs to be a council thing to approve. Like, you'll be able to look at the amount of work they're putting in and be like, hey, this is legit. I'll fund you, and you get a little bonus for your work.
Yeah,
This could also tie in really well with the Parks and Rec thing.
Okay, well then,
Yeah.
me, you, and Juno can fucking work on this. That's just something I wanted to say before I forgot.
Yeah, because I know I've been attending quite a few events around town, just to see, what kind of scale they're at and they're working on. And I've already seen a lot of people putting in a lot of really consistent events that are good and well liked. And yeah, I have no problems with it at all because I think
parks
we
and
need
recreational
more to
areas
do
in the
this
city? Because that might be
100%.
something good
So
Sure.
to note.
I am 100% behind that.
Like
Um,
locations for events to be held.
Well, like
Oh,
put
fuck,
the
Crane's not
city
here. He
officially
probably taking a nap, right?
recognizes as like
Yeah, he
a
passed
city
out.
park
Yeah.
or a
Yes.
He could have died.
rec
You know, we
center,
don't know.
whatever.
Maybe.
It finally happened, guys.
Got him.
What would the benefit of that be?
Just so you have like, I guess I don't want to say protected areas, but like if like obviously if we're gonna have a parks and rec like wing, then we could have areas that are officially designated as like city parks or.
Yeah, I mean, I'm down for that. If you want to work on that together, I'm so down for that.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, let's do it. I mean, there's the park up.
I do need to
Up in
think
Vinewood,
deeply about
and then
something
there's
for a
the
moment.
park in Legion
Okay.
Square, including the Memorial Park.
Yeah, there's another one on across the street from the hospital and the old Davis PD.
Exactly. Yep.
I'll scout a bunch of them. I'll work on that this week, and then I'll see.
Hell yeah.
Like, I'll take some
there's
photos
also
maybe
that
too.
park, Rockford Plaza, as well. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I will. I'm gonna make a note of that, and I'm gonna do some recon.
Hell yeah. Let's do it.
There he is. Good morning. Sleepy little guy.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
You sound better. Did it say a full sentence?
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, way better.
Gotta be let out to be clocked back in
Say
again.
the brown cow jumped over the fence. The moon. Crane?
But he might have to, Crane, you might have to leave the room and come back.
He might not hear us.
Oh. I just assumed he was ignoring me, guys.
Yeah, I was kind of assuming the same.
It might be his hearing.
It's always been a fantasy of mine to be a sex slave for 2 bears.
Cool, man.
Wow. God.
All right,
Yeah,
all
me
good.
too. Hello? Can you hear us?
Yeah.
Okay.
Good.
I thought that was better than the jumping over the quick brown fox.
Okay, so you did hear me. Okay.
Yeah. That's a classic. That's internet literature.
I don't think I made it to that website.
I'll text it to you. Don't worry.
Okay.
I have something that is important. I haven't had the chance to speak to Nakota about this privately, so I'm going to ask you here. How bad is crime in Polito right now?
In relation
People seem
to
to love it
what?
up there.
Just in terms of like frequency, policing ability, so on and so forth.
This is going to be a very cynical question, but can you all even patrol Polito?
Yeah, I was about to open up that can of worms, but like, because if we're saying is crime in Polito bad, that's in comparison to what? In comparison to the city, absolutely not. The city is rampant 24/7. I mean, does crime occur up there? Yes. Is it to the same degree that's going on in the city? Not even close.
Yeah, but is that like, and I don't mean to challenge you here, but is that like actual crime, or is that just your perception of crime because of how much you police up there?
Are you mean me?
No, like PD in general, right? It's like, like crime rates. You could be like, hey, look, there's all this drug dealing going on the South Side. Crime rate is crazy up there, but a lot of that's because you're down there looking for it, right? couldn't there be just as much going on up north, but you just don't see it?
Yeah, that's that could be. My personal experience from policing is we get a lot more calls from in the city than we do anywhere else at the current moment.
Mm.
A lot more people live in the city.
Correct.
Yeah, I mean, I live in Polito, and I don't hear gunshots or explosions constantly. So
Yeah, I haven't. The only thing I'll say is the number one thing that we're responding to right now is robbery, and I haven't responded to a single robbery up in Polito yet.
Wait,
Or gotten
like
call
a
for one.
robbery of people?
Correct.
Okay. I've heard that Polito is a crime bed right now.
Julio lives there. I would agree with that. Yeah.
Hey, that's my suspended doctor.
Julio is a precious baby, please.
Yeah, please. We love him. Please.
When you say crime bed, what are you referring to?
Yeah, I talked to Cornwood on the phone probably like a week ago. And he was saying like weed sales, fucking what was the other one? Yeah, a lot of weed getting sold up there. Fucking there's like one other crime that happens up there a lot that I just can't really recall off the top of my head.
All right, so weed. And
he's talking about he's talking about fucking someone renting supercars from Sandy Shores and like running around doing shit like that. It was so long ago I don't really remember the specifics, but he was desperate for you guys to essentially start policing up there.
Right.
What are your thoughts on running a sheriff election and reviving the country policing?
At the current moment, my thought is we don't have enough staffing in the existing police unit, let alone to start another department. Although I have been spoken to about this by him, and I do understand his passion for said thing.
Mm-hmm.
But we don't have enough police to police the city right now. We don't have enough police to start a new department and open another office at the current moment. That is subject to change.
Okay. How is hiring going for you guys right now? Like, are you familiar with the process at all?
Again, I would be speaking out of line if I comment on something that's command. I'm not command, but I will speak for myself. It seems like we could use a few more officers. That's what I'll say.
Okay. So you think they're going a little
just
slow?
have the 3 PD academies, right?
Yeah, they're in the process of doing a pretty decent hiring right now.
Nice.
But if I were to say that we could handle another office opening up and a new department, I would not be doing the existing LSPD service because we need more officers right now for LSPD.
Since Nakota's not willing to speak against his superiors, I will on his behalf. Hiring is not the issue with this PD; it's retention. That has always been a historical issue. If you go through the MDT's profile section, they are shotgunning cadets on there left and right, and I don't know if they're just dropping out of the program at some point, losing interest, or if it's a training bottleneck. But from what I could tell, just from talking to the various sources and what I could see in the MDT, they are hiring like crazy. That's just not translating to officers on the streets, and that I don't know where the problem is in that pipeline. For also,
I know where it is.
Okay.
I was talking to a couple of prospective cadets a couple of nights ago, and apparently the FTOs were too exhausted to take them out on duty because they had to run an academy the day before. What's up with that? When there are 3 FTOs on duty and there's 2 cadets waiting to go out, and no one's taking them out because they're too tired. Who's hiring? Who's making them FTOs? They know what they signed up for. I'm sure they're getting extra pay or extra privileges with that, right?
No, they don't get anything for it. They don't get extra pay or extra privileges. They get
Why not? Why don't we start giving them money then for doing this job? Because it needs to happen.
I mean, Malcolm.
Yeah, that would be a discussion for me and the treasurer, I guess, to have, and another discussion again. While I am the PD liaison, I am not command, and I don't tell the captains what to do, unfortunately.
Okay. Next meeting. Well, first of all, can you talk about it with Edda? 1, 2.
Yes.
Can you bring at least one captain to the next council meeting?
Do
we
we
talk about that?
Question mark.
Do we what?
Tell the captains what to do.
Well, the police department. Which arm of the government are they operating under?
My
executive, belief, which is typically not.
My belief is that we, as the council, could de facto control what they do via legislation, right? Like we're not like direct reports in terms of like issuing orders or anything like that.
I will just point out that much like the implementation of the Standardized Uniform Time Act, things don't always work in this jurisdiction, they work elsewhere. So I'm not certain that we oversee the PD.
Why don't we define it?
I don't know if that's within our purview.
What about as far as like assisting in funding? Would that be where we could collaborate?
Are you talking to me, Etta?
Just in general, like I'm just putting it out there. Like, I mean, I funded 3 police academies because they were bringing in a bunch of people who, when you're straight off the the plane and you got $500 to your name and you have to pay out for your loadout for academy, it's you end up broke real quick. So it was only 30,000 per, so or almost 40,000 per actually.
Yeah, this was state funds.
Yes. Because I mean, like you said, we need police on the streets.
Yeah, we do. Okay. I will work on finding out who's technically oversight for the police department insofar as sections of the government, whatever. That said, Nakota, are you an FTO?
I am, yes.
Is the job tiring for you?
I'm fairly new to it, so I can't speak to the people that have been doing it for a very long time. There is a big difference between going out and policing for 8 hours or 5 hours or however many hours people go out to, and taking someone along with you and trying to teach them the ropes.
It is very exhausting.
How long are you permitted to take these cadets out?
4 hours, I believe, is a standard FTO
That's
shift.
per cadet, though, right? Like you're not limited in your FTO time.
Do you?
To my knowledge, no.
Do you are you required to take cadets out? Can you refuse at any point?
I believe if you sign up to be an FTO, you are doing so under the understanding that you will be regularly taking out cadets to train them. That's the point of being a field training officer.
But there's no punishment for an FTO being like, nah, I don't really feel like it today.
I don't know that. Once again, I know it's a convenient excuse, but unfortunately, right now in PD, we have a very our ranking structure is very rigid, and so that is one thing that I can find out, but I am not I don't have all this information available to me in the immediate.
Okay. The safety and security of the island of Los Santos depends upon the efficiency
thing took
of
like 4 hours to update.
The police department and whatever branches arise from that. I think it's important for us to figure out why it's taking so long for them to get on their feet, and if it continues to be this way, I'm going to be interested in launching an investigation into who's making what happen and why it's not happening the way that it should. Tell your captains that.
To provide a little bit of historical context that may help you all with these conversations. In the past, we have had a Senate mandated bonus for FTOs. Basically, if you took out a cadet, you were granted a bonus by the state. It did accomplish its goals. It did encourage more FTOs to be produced. It did encourage more cadets taken out. However, the trade-off of that was people were primarily motivated for the money in some cases. So while the number of officers on the street did increase, the quality did drop. You know, that's not my place anymore to say if that's a worthy trade-off, but historically that is what happened in the past. Is we were able to achieve desirable numbers, but at what cost?
Well, the cost Dakota himself has said multiple times that they don't have enough cops to police just the city. The cost is that I want more police officers. Dakota wants more police officers, blah blah blah. We don't have time to incubate them like they're fucking chicken eggs.
I think also the bonus pay that they got back then was also outrageous.
Like a lot?
Yeah.
Like
Our training pay was dumb too. We got $5K an hour for training at the hospital, which is insane.
It was a lot.
I mean, the bonus was a lot, but in an inflated economy, it wasn't out there. But my point is, you can't achieve the results. Like this is a way to go about it.
Do you have any food?
Yeah, I mean,
That is
out of the question.
If I can just say, that is one way to go about it is money, but sometimes there's, and I've had conversations with people who have said more hiring, or excuse me, more money, while it's nice, sometimes it cannot curb burnout from just naturally feeling burned out for all intents and purposes.
So the captains are delegating the ability to train new officers to these FTOs. They get silently burn out, do not tell their superiors. The captains keep counting on people who aren't actually there to do their job. Cadets stop getting trained. Less cops are out on the street as a result, right? Like, are you required to report burnout? Are you required to inform your superiors at any point that you're just not able to do the job that you told them that you're going to do? Is that like a thing for the process?
I mean, you'd follow chain of command, but yeah, it's not, no one's afraid to tell somebody that they feel burned out, but I know that how do I say this? While I can provide some insight, at the end of the day, I think you'll be better served, Mayor,
I'm kind of glazing.
actually sitting down with the captains and
On
having
this one,
these
TBH.
conversations with them directly.
So I don't want to. I'm sorry if it seems like I'm grilling you. I'm just trying to.
No,
learn
I
about
don't
the
feel
process.
grilled. I don't feel grilled at
Okay,
all. I'm just
good,
being.
good,
I'm being frank. I'll talk honestly. I think at the end of the day, as we are currently structured, it is the captains who make the decisions. And at the end of the day, while I'm the liaison, I am still just an officer. And if you feel strongly about certain aspects of the PD, I would highly recommend you go to meet with the captains and communicate these things to them.
Sure. From the outside, it seems like you guys need a chief. And from the outside, it seems like Polito is somewhat lawless right now. And it's not your guys' fault. I know that you're working with what you've got. I think a first tier solution to the problem should be throwing money at the people who are training new cops. I don't think it should be outrageous like it was in the past. I think we should account for our current economy, most certainly. I think a bonus each time they complete a full session with a
Polito?
cadet
What about Sandy?
is
Like,
reasonable.
what?
And Nakota, you can talk to Edda about what amount that would be, right? If there's still retention issues, then he's
cooking because his other character's policing Polito.
Cause of this, all of this corruption, or not corruption, sorry. When I say corruption, I mean, like, how like a tree starts to like get sick and it dies because that's what
Slow rot.
The rotting, not corruption. Okay, that's I just wanted to inquire about the current state of the police department and whatnot.
Well, on that topic, could I broach two things very quickly?
Sure.
This is like a little bit of a point of confusion for me personally, but I would like to hear everyone's thought at least. So I put two proposals in some of the suggestions I made today. One is for a motor unit and another one is for our canine unit.
Sure.
Like you were just saying, Mayor, drug calls are happening out the wazoo. And the reality of the situation is at this current moment, if we believe if someone is involved in a drug call, the best thing we can do right now is pull them over and engage them in a traffic stop if they break a traffic infraction.
Right.
If they flee from us, it's obviously escalated, right? Then that's reckless evading and all bets are off. But There's a whole proposal in there for canine. Drug calls are going to be the #1 thing.
Have you showed your captain the proposals?
Yes, they've all seen them. So this is
Do
what I was
they
going
like
to.
them?
As far as I'm aware, they're quite happy with both of them. But
do you think that they need them like ASAP?
Yeah, I think we need motor and canine immediately. I'm not going to sugarcoat it.
Then I will say that it's not the council's decision to approve that. We unfortunately cannot use state funds to give money to make that happen. So the fundraising will have to happen internally. That said, I don't think you guys need council approval to start pushing for that. It's your captains who need to push for it to the state.
Which I'm
correct.
I just wanted to get clarity on that. I just wanted to make everyone aware that those things were things that we wanted, and if that's something we need to go to the state directly, then that's also perfectly fine, and I will communicate that.
I think Max has said it pretty well, but I just want to reiterate for sake of it. As far as I understand currently, the way that PD is overseen in terms of executive branch direction, we are not in control of PD. We have certain parameters that are given to us that we can operate within. So I'll split hairs here and say, for example, I don't think that we're in a position to create a sheriff position in Polito. Do I think we're in a position to incentivize the training of additional officers by proffering state funds for FTOing? Possibly, right? But again, we're kind of splitting hairs. So Max and I will do some research on that, and I guess we'll have to table the outcome.
I will say the last thing I'll say for transparency's sake, depending on the outcome of that discussion, is I'm not sure when you talked to Cornwood, Max, but he came to me about half a week ago, and he kind of was spitballing something similar. Just for the advisement of everyone here. Basically, I advised him that he should try to do everything internally first, just because that's going to be smoother and more efficient. But if he feels that there's a need, he should maybe find a group of like-minded individuals and just patrol the area under the LSPD banner. And then if there is a lot of crime happening there, he can catalog it and bring it to the council if that is something that's within our purview to show us that it might be
over the
needed.
police.
Yeah, I talked to him as well, and he told me that he has a bunch of reports from Blake County that he's interested in presenting. So he took your advice and ran with it.
Okay.
Good.
Yeah, and I just want to preface this by saying many moons ago, before the collapse, there was, a lot of interesting crime that used to occur in Sandy and up north. So I'm not trying to play dumb to that fact. I just mean we need to get our bearings in the city, and then we can start branching out if we want to be effective all across the state.
And Mickey and
I talked to Slacks probably about a couple of weeks ago.
Sometimes Lang, but
and
mostly
it was
Hardcastle's reign.
Idea and impression that the chief of the LSPD would be selected by the Council of 8 as a sort of emulation of how city councils typically work. I told him that we wouldn't be opposed to that. I think we could probably make a good decision on that front. And he told me that sheriffs are typically elected internally within the police department through voting and whatnot. So I would like to propose potentially following a bit of investigation from Crane and I in the realm of what the actual purview of
Mickey
the
wasn't
state
too
is
bad
over
because that was mostly actually just me.
that we
and I didn't really approve
begin
stuff, but there were some things that he was
for
paying out that
candidates
was
to become the first
different.
chief of police of the LSPD, so that we can finally complete their chain of command.
So that was just mostly Alex and Crane working
addressing
together.
The issues around hiring and all of the stuff that are keeping us from living to our best. That's
Alex
all.
was working
Just
very
something to
closely
think
with
about.
DOJ because Blau was out on vacation.
Does
a
anyone?
lot.
We kind of got off
sometimes
subject.
not even playing.
Any other proposals?
We got to do the unresolved shit.
Okay.
Hey, by the way, I got something cool.
Oh, the tags?
Go to you watch me do that?
Yeah.
Go to reports and select city council doc.
Ooh.
And then under tags, pick one from the CC headline.
Oh. That's nice.
Actually, wait. Why isn't it working?
Yeah, I don't know if you got to still set up the perms, but I cannot assign tags currently. I could view them all.
Well, no, I can. The tag stuff is working, but I'm concerned because I did a search and I
And you just
searched by
still
a
see
certain
everything?
tag, but I'm seeing everything. So
Yeah.
I gotta talk to a technician about that.
Yeah,
But anyways, that should be working soon.
Searching tags.
Either way, it's easier reading the colors on the right than it is the tags on the left.
Yeah.
Okay. So the unresolved was in the. Where was it?
I think it was in Nakota's stuff, maybe the 2120.
2020 was mine.
Yes. Okay. So unresolved. Mask policy. Are we banning masks in public places?
So we decided that anywhere that's either government or state owned, they can be requested to remove it, or could be arrested
If they don't, it's
find was it,
disobeying.
right?
Yeah,
Love that.
That's
Love
yeah,
that.
unanimous approval if I recall.
Okay.
It stopped, yeah.
License
Yeah.
points. Any opposed to that?
License points? Question
No,
mark?
no, of the
Or
mask.
suspension. Oh, sorry.
Mask is good. We landed in a good spot.
Yeah,
Okay. License points. Currently, the unwritten policy is that if you reach 20 points on your license through traffic offenses or otherwise, it is suspended. Your license is considered suspended until some of those points fall off naturally. There is no policy or driver's training course in place. There are no plans for one. Are we okay with 20 being the limit, and are we okay with the automatic roll off of the points?
Yep.
I'm
Yeah.
fine with all that.
Okay. Vehicle exceptions for commercial parking. We created a law that specifically increases the fine for illegal parking of a commercial vehicle. This seems strange to me.
This is just what I was referring to about the larger vehicles that physically can't fit into a legal parking spot. I don't know if you were out of the room when I said that, but that's basically just going to be down to officer discretion and reading the situation and seeing.
All right, so we'll just leave that unwritten then for the cops.
That's fine.
Prison, is that just a general note? What is that?
Yeah, I think.
Oh
think
yeah,
some
we
of us
made a
spitballed
report
some
to discuss.
things, but
Yo, see,
I'm glazing.
it seems like the general consensus is we don't want it.
Yeah, the general consensus was there's bigger fish
Oh,
to fry.
hold on.
I think, but
yeah,
I see some very interesting notes here at the bottom from Mr. Alan Crane. Carmine Bobby Dans. Can you elaborate on that, sir?
Yeah. Carmine and Bobby are both prolific appliers to the DOC and PD. They inevitably always commit some kind of stupid, violent crime, whether it be kidnapping or whatever. They're complete dumb fucks who are wastes of time and space and society, and perhaps in some people's eyes, sperm. Yep. In reality, there is literally nothing that goes on at the prison right now. In fact, we've got reports of people smuggling in and out and doing a whole host of things. So my facetious idea would be, why don't we make like a, Lord of the Flies type experience over there and give Bobby and Carmine something to do from harassing the rest of us.
I love
That's hilarious.
I love this idea.
Yeah,
and then
that's
Dan's
great.
is any member of the Dan clan should be able to be hired as DOC.
Well, I met probably 4 or 5 people from the Dan clan. They have that sort of lack of empathy that I think a correctional officer is probably very good at.
Absolutely.
Hands of corrections.
Michael.
That's good.
Why don't we just bring back the pit and we make the last jump impossible?
God, please no, please no. I was stuck there for 4 fucking hours.
It took me
man.
6 hours to get out of the
Completed it the
pit.
first day in 40 minutes.
You did 40 minutes. It took me 6 hours.
What's the
I
pit?
did it.
Oh,
They used to call me Slow
Oh,
Gut.
boy,
missed
Max, you have
out.
no
My
idea.
God.
Oh, God.
There
Oh,
I
was
did it.
this
I did it.
huge.
I think I heard about it. Yeah.
Pit. There
So-
was this huge pit. I think by the racetrack, and there was cells down there. There was like a little pool down there. There was fire and everything. It was huge, and there was these rock rocks that were platforms that you had to jump and climb, and if you miss a step, you fall down, and you have to start all the way from fucking scratch. And it went all around the wall, like the interior wall of this circular fucking pit, and it took hours for the majority.
It was so hard. Apparently not for Crane.
And
It
if
actually,
you think,
well,
and if
actually,
you think,
it wouldn't work now because, well, my
Yes.
bones are just so tired. I
Yeah.
can't stand up after slumping so quickly
Yeah,
anymore.
that's an issue
But if
now.
you
yeah.
think that, you know, you could just fly a helicopter down there to grab people, no, that shit exploded. That shit fucking exploded.
It's
It was
that,
doable without slumping,
It
by the
was
way.
crazy.
Yeah.
It was doable without slumping.
It just made it easier.
I did it without slumping. I just hugged the wall a lot.
If I could just one thing about DOC, according to the memorandum establishing the council, it sounds like DOC falls under the purview of the PD. Am I correct in
We can
saying
amend that.
Yeah, we can make it not the case.
She's trying to do it
One
right
other
now.
addition to this list of people. What about the little ones? Throw them in there. They'd love it. They always used to say they own the prison, right?
Yeah.
Oh God.
Sure.
Yeah, honestly, I kind of feel like we should make like a island of misfit mascots and hope that they gravitate towards it.
Are we still going by the no crimes punishable in prison deal?
Yes, I'm not. Well, okay, my opinion is that I am not encouraged to create a whole system of documentation and report writing and MDT access for the Littlemans, the Dans, and Bobby and Carmine.
I think if we go with like the Dan and Carmine route as a trial, then yeah, like the place is a black hole, right? But if we're wanting a more rigid DOC down the line, then maybe we revisit the legality of it.
Yeah, right now I'm literally just suggesting that I hire those people, nothing else. Like I'm not gonna
just let them do whatever. Yeah.
I don't even care if they come to me and they're like, I need this or I need that. I'm just gonna say, figure it out.
Do you want Crane?
I love
it. No.
Their DOC receives $500 an hour.
Oh,
sure.
okay.
They can have
All
that.
right.
Why not?
Sure.
That's
Okay.
the lowest pay easily, but yeah, fuck it. Why not?
Crane, do you want to draft up a document for this?
Yeah, I'll work on it.
Okay.
Is there going to be medical available up there? Because I know that it's already
Dakota, you're already one step further than what we just said.
I'm of opinion it's not necessary.
You're overthinking this, Dakota.
No, I'm very
I'm
much
just thinking
opinion
about
it's not
how this is going to
necessary.
end up.
They
I'm
can,
going to end up there. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Facilities
No,
on site.
it's not.
We've had a
will not be
yeah.
required to respond to the prison. Okay.
Okay.
Look, to quote
pretty
a
much,
very famous, what was it, Russian or Ukrainian? Eastern European boxer, if he dies, he dies.
Yeah. Oh,
He was
absolutely.
Russian.
I
He
mean,
was Russian.
it's a risk you take going to prison. Yeah.
It's honestly, this whole thing for me is just out of sight, out of mind. I want to go to Burger or Senor Buns and not run into Bobby Charles.
Yeah.
That's it.
Same.
They've got local
he knocked
doctors
on our
just like
door
everywhere
earlier,
else that can grab
too.
them. So yeah, it's all good.
I also had it suggested
not
that if we could
obvious.
put
I
a metal
Medicare the
detector
shit out
in
of the
front of
pay.
Senor Buns, that would be beneficial to the whole city. But I don't know what the logistics.
Oh my god.
Yeah, most of the stabbings happen on the fucking sidewalk anyway.
And by employees who work the back anyway.
Yep,
Yeah.
I'm well aware.
I don't want anybody knowing in
So
character
since
or
it's
out
the
of
list of
character.
people that we've outlined, do we
Especially
want to make it
chatters.
so you can be a DOC despite being a felon? Do we want to just that's the one government role you can just have?
Chatters will spread that around
I'm
like
pretty sure some of these
wildfire.
people
I'm
already
not.
have.
I'm not.
Honestly,
talking
my
about
plan
pay
is just
at
to write the
all.
legislation, we approve it, and then I just hire people until I'm told to stop.
Fuck it. Yeah, I like it. I mean,
The most
I'm
you
down.
get is a few hundred out
It's
of me.
prison. They're up there. They have felonies. That
If a
works.
100-year-old man walks up to me talking about, the South will rise again, I'm gonna hire him. It's just how it's gonna
Because
go.
if I talk about
Fuck
it,
yeah, all
all
right.
of a sudden people are going to suddenly want to be clerks
So
more.
he'll die
Why
in
not?
prison, guys.
Problem
Yeah,
solved.
better for
There you
everybody.
go. Yeah, that's great.
Okay, but
I really need a pee.
Yeah, pee.
You're only paying them while they're
It's not
at
that
the
much
prison.
money, and
yeah.
they would have to be there.
They have to sign
actively.
in.
Yeah.
The pay would be
Listen, that's
negligible.
beyond us. That
Yeah.
again, that's not our problem.
okay.
Yeah, I don't think that would add up too incredibly hard.
We're not giving them
Sherry
weapons,
saying
right?
415
No.
was false. Can't confirm.
I'm gonna block their phone numbers
Or
after I hire them.
Hell yeah.
Is there an armory in prison still in Dakota?
Last time I checked, there wasn't.
Okay, well, then
Oh,
there
then
you
problem
go.
solved. There you go.
Yeah. They could bring in a fucking wrench from ammunition, like.
Yeah, they can supply themselves. And if they, in the process, get arrested for doing something, well, then there you go.
Hell, I could be lying right now and y'all wouldn't even know.
I almost.
I love that so
like
much.
a
Speaking
gallery
of
viewing.
utter chaos,
Sit there
did
and
we
watch it.
We could sell tickets.
did we ever find out about the duels to the death? Because I'm very invested in how that one.
I haven't worked on it yet.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay. I just love that idea.
It is a great
Right.
idea. And
Absolutely.
Did have a couple trials by combat though. That was fun to watch.
Fuck yeah. Good. Okay.
So I know the final note that I have to present was someone suggested to me that people with misuse of a rental vehicle should not be able to rent from that guy anymore. Thoughts?
Oh.
Couldn't be more in support of it. Don't know how feasible it actually is.
Very
So
easy.
Leave the feasibility to Crane and I. Okay. Just strictly from your guys' perspective as council members, how do you feel about that idea?
I wanted this desperately before the collapse.
I think day one, I would have been okay with it. Aren't rental fees like outrageous now? Like, do we care if they're still like giving outrageous amounts of money to the government for a day or a week?
That's a good point. Does the rental stuff go to the government?
I just assumed.
I assumed it went to a state fund, so
You'd hope so.
Maybe it doesn't. I guess I'm thinking out loud.
Pretty. Edda can figure that out. All she has to do is go rent a vehicle using her own money, then check the state account for the
If it's
transaction.
going to the state fund, I would rather just keep renting at exorbitant rates and paying the state.
Yeah.
I could get behind that too, but I don't hate the concept if that's not how it works.
If it's not the case, I'll let y'all know.
Okay. We'll shelf that for now. Juno, you aware?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Are you aware? Oh, I know you are now because you responded.
Am I aware?
Yeah, like aware of your surroundings.
Oh yeah. No, I'm here.
Okay. What was next?
We did everything.
Yay!
Wow, look at that. Yeah.
So I need to draft mask policy license points. We as a group need to review Michael's rewritten VDM legislation before next meeting.
Okay.
And
sorry, keep going.
Juno's gonna redo Parks and Rec. I'm gonna work on prison, and then I will work on enacting everything we approved.
Okay. One final thing. Let's as a group, if you guys want to present anything in the future, myself included, because I had some notes that I made, but it wasn't like actually official or whatever. Try to keep like a notes document for yourself or anything like that, so that we can all come prepared with like a documents to show everyone else that everyone can reference and read through preemptively, so that we can get here and everyone's kind of like aware of what's going down or what's going to be presented. So just try to come to the next meeting with everything documented.
I know we had a report made for the second one where people just noted what they wanted to talk about. Do we want to do that again so we can like write it down? Like I could have put the motorcycle helmets one in that, but I didn't feel it necessary to make
by the way, so
report.
Siobhan, who cares?
Yeah, there's a meeting agenda document. I'm gonna edit it so it goes to the top.
Oh, perfect. Okay.
We know that.
We're just using the same one over and over again.
Yeah, we can just put our name and
bringing that
the
up.
things that we want
Sure.
to bring forward.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I will do that.
Sick.
Easy ways.
Oh, it didn't go to the top. What makes it go to the top?
I don't think anything does.
It's the time when it's created.
Yeah,
That's it.
yeah. So we'd have to make a new one, but we could just. I mean, we could make a new one. What do you? Yeah, other works.
No, that's fine. We'll use the old one. It's got the exclamation points in the name. It's in miscellaneous.
That works.
Okay. Well, good meeting everyone. I feel like we got some good shit done today.
Absolutely.
Oh, I need Siobhan and Max real quick.
Sure.
I need to ride to the bank.
Yeah, apparently I need to go rent a car for the first time ever so I can figure out I've never rented a car. Like no bullshit.
yeah.
Yeah, I've
Yeah, that would be
walked
helpful.